So welcome everyone to the meeting to consider the Department of Local Government's annual report for the 2023-2024 financial year. My name's Dave Bryant. I am the Standing Committee Chairperson, and I would like to welcome everybody present today and just start off by allowing our members to introduce themselves, starting with yourself, Honourable Masipa.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Minister and officials and colleagues. My name is Noko Masipa. I'm a permanent member of this standing committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, MEC. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Noel Constable. I'm also a member of this committee. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Peter Johnson, member of this committee.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Beauty Stoffel. I'm a member of this committee.
Good morning, Chair. I'm Leon van Wyk. I'm an alternate member of this committee. So good morning to Minister, to HOD and to officials and other members present.
Thanks very much. Just to clarify, Member van Wyk is filling in for the Honourable Dirk Wessels, who is unfortunately not able to be with us in the meeting today. Mr. Kutsi, are there any other apologies that you're aware of?
No other apologies.
All right. Fantastic. All right. I'm then going to hand over to the Minister and his team. Minister, if you would like to start with introductions, and we do have a lot of officials here present today, but it might be worthwhile just briefly introduce yourself and your where you fit in.
I think we must run down the line, Honourable Chair, and let everybody just introduce themselves. I think it will be the quickest. I'm Anton Bedell, MEC for Local Government, Environmental Affairs and Development Planning.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members. Graham Polter, HOD.
Good morning, honorable members. I'm Albert Lwengu, Policy and Strategy.
Good morning, Chair and honourable members. Colin Dana, Disaster Management and Fire Rescue Services.
Good morning, honourable Chair and members. Sandra Greiling, Municipal Performance Monitoring and Support.
Good morning, Chairperson, MEC and members. My name is Vernon Akir. I'm Chief Engineer, DLG Municipal Infrastructure.
Good morning,
Honourable
Lavinia
Chair.
Nicholson from the Western Cape Disaster Management Centre.
Morning, Kirk Adams, CRU.
Good morning, Chair and honourable members. Franek Mathia from the CRU.
Let's just do the back as well while we're there. Can we just maybe put one of those microphones on there just in front, just so we can hear a little bit clearer and for recording purposes?
Dawn Goldschmidt, Employee Relations, Department of the Premier.
Good morning, Chair and honourable members. Nikki Toplisi, Department Local Government, IDP.
Good morning, Chair, Minister and honourable members. Isaac McKenzie, Department of Local Government, also IDP.
Good morning, Chair, honourable members. Grant Brown, African Local Performance Monitoring.
Good morning, Chair, honourable members, MEC, Kamal McCann, Director Municipal Governance, DLG.
Morning, Chair, honourable members. Gary Birch, Director, Specialised Support.
Good morning, Chair, Minister, and the honourable members. My name is Zanele Mtyoko, Acting Director, Municipal Support and Capacity Building.
Good morning, Chair, honourable members and Minister. Justine Stevens, Public Participation.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Sipo Pendu, Public Participation.
Good morning, Bhavna Shilal Singh from Finance.
Good morning, Chair and honourable members. My name is Heinrich Macherman, Community Development Worker Program.
Good morning, Chair, honourable members. Nozuko Zampaka, Integrated Service Delivery.
Good morning, Chair and honourable members. Abigail Robinson, Department Local Government Service Delivery Integration.
Thanks. And I see we've had two more people join us. If you can just introduce yourselves as well.
Morning, Chair members. Warren Wilson, Department of the Premier, People Management.
Good morning, everyone. Aliso Baron, People Management.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Do we have any members of the public present? I don't see anybody. No? All right. So I'm going to begin then by giving the Minister and the HOD the opportunity to make some opening remarks on the annual report, after which we can take any questions on those remarks. And then after that, we'll go through 3 sections of the annual report in more detail and give members the opportunity to ask questions as well. So, Minister, over to you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and thank you to the Honourable members. Honourable Chair, it's a privilege to present the Department of Local Government's annual report 2023-2024 to the Standing Committee. The period covered by this report was characterised by intense political instability in the local government space, as well as with severe or several extreme weather events. Combined, these conditions could very easily have created a perfect storm for us. The collapse of service delivery in councils, ravaged by constant motions of non-confidence, was a big issue for us to deal with, caused by elections, often triggered by individuals changing their political loyalties from one day to the next, create a lot of pressure on the system. Each of the severe weather events we have experienced during the past years caused massive damages to expensive infrastructure, and it could also very easily have led to a huge human tragedy and loss of lives. But this did not happen. Councils were kept together in all our municipalities, saying that you must understand the pressure on the team sitting here with me on this side, because in a lot of instances, councils also think that they must give them political advice. It's not that. We give them legal advice. We manage the law. But I know that we also need to deal with perceptions. But this put a huge pressure on this team on this side. And also the more coalitions we had to deal with, it's also where we need to step up as a department, but that also brings to us a lot of new challenges within the government space. Through the financial cost of the past year, the storms cost us billions of rand of loss of critical infrastructure, and we minimized the loss of lives because of our preparedness and very well-run disaster management sector. On the loss of lives, difficult to speak to always, because that's what we try to do, is to prevent the loss of life. But we can say that we minimized the loss of life. If you look at the storms and severity of the storms, 14th of June to 19th of June, we lost there were two fatalities. 24th to 26th of September, those severe storms, we had 8 fatalities, and then 26th to 6th of June, there was 1 fatality. So, Chair, but we must also pause and reflect in remembrance of the 34 people who tragically died during the 6th of May George building collapse. As we await the final report on what went wrong in George, this event will serve as a remembrance on how important all the legislation that we direct, especially on the safety protocols, how we need to manage, how we need to have our inspectorates on site, etc. But it's also no use having legislation in place, but you don't have the people and the manpower to check on industry and to do random checks on sites. It was a tragedy, but again, our recovery rate speaks to the dedication and the quality of people that we've got on the ground. We manage now worldwide. They tell me that your recovery rate in something like this will be around about 10%. I think ours were 54%. And what made this unique is that it's very, very seldom that something like this will happen, that a complete building just collapses. Normally a part or partial of a building will collapse, but a building don't domino. So we're looking forward to the final reports. We will do our bit. We've got independent people working on that. Then obviously we need to combine the South Africa Police report with labor relations report but then it will be in their hands to manage this, and people need to be held accountable. One of the key reasons why our councils are functioning in contrast of the rest of the country is because of the support and guidance of the local Department of Local Government led by HOD Paulse and his management team. And we're very fortunate to have them and grateful for the work that they put in. Just again to emphasize, there's a lot of pressure on this team. And one of the key reasons we are seeing such low casualty numbers during the recent severe weather events was actually the work that disaster management that's put in over the last 12 years. It's not something that you can switch it on when the event happened. You must invest, and we've had the foresight to invest over the last 12 years, a lot of money, a lot of expertise, a lot of training into a team that can keep our people safe. Chairperson, for the next term, I've committed myself to see that firstly, we continue to support our local governments so that they can deliver on the basic services to our residents. Yeah, and we've got a good story to tell. But if we're out there, our main purpose is to look after the poorest of the poor. And poverty is a problem. Poverty is a problem all over in our communities. We need to be able to talk to that. We need to, and the standing committee needs to understand that we're not perfect and that we must always focus, firstly, to get services up and running to the poorest of the poor. And in that space, there's still a lot of work to do. It's not on our side alone. Yes, budget constraints, immigration, all these pressures that we need to deal with, but we must always keep our focus on basic service delivery so that people can have a dignified life. That's the core purpose that we need to land. And then we will work very hard for future proof of our province. Climate change is real. We've all seen it. We all experienced it. And especially in that context, we need to build a climate resilience province. And we've managed to land climate change in most of the department's programs. So going forward as a government, we will need to invest and look into how we're going to work together so that we can ensure a resilience province for the citizens. So from my side, thank you very much. And we will try and answer the questions best to our ability. I will hand over to the HOD.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Members. Yeah, just brief in relation to the overview. I think it has been a particular year, particularly in relation to the budget. I think we've spent 99.5% of the budget. It has been difficult. We had to manage with the budget. Obviously, in terms of COLA, the conditions of living adjustments, we were asked as a department to absorb that at the middle of last year. We need to absorb it in this year and also over the balance of the years. There's no additional funding coming from the Provincial Treasury or National Treasury for that, so we need to absorb that. But notwithstanding, we managed with the deliverables. 97% of the deliverables were met, objectives were met. 3% were partially met. And obviously that was based on demand, particularly around the CWP as well as the Code of Conduct for councillors. And so also what happened last year is also the directive from the DBSA, where there has been a process to fill posts within the civil service. And obviously based on the directive for posts that were vacant could not be filled immediately, there had to be a process to apply to the Premier by means of the submission. And so together with the budget and the fact that the directive made it very difficult to navigate our way, but also to achieve the objectives over last year. And on that basis, Chairperson, my sincere gratitude to the entire team, both the management team and the officials within the department, those are sitting at home and those also at the various offices. My sincere gratitude. I think as a team, we pulled it together under collective guidance also of the Minister. So it has been difficult. I think the important thing, Minister has mentioned, it is about service delivery. While our budget is decreasing, our capacity is being challenged. There is increased demand by municipalities for support and assistance to help, particularly with infrastructure and service delivery. I reflect quickly just on the water in Niza last year and the waste in Niza. And various other things that we had to do for both wastewater treatment works as well as waterworks, the fact that we need to arrange tankers and so on. And so increasingly, given the pressure on infrastructure in relation to service delivery, municipalities are increasingly asking for assistance and support from the department. But on the other hand, our budget is decreasing so we must be very selective as to how we go about the budget. So just in relation to the service delivery, we've developed what we call the 15-year integrated water response plan in the province. We've got earmarked funding for that. And our aim towards that, Chairperson, Honourable Chairperson and members, is to secure what is known as water resilience in the province. So we've done, based on the 15-year integrated water source plan, have allocated funding for various capital projects. Also in terms of energy, the department has assisted municipalities in relation to energy master plans, but we've also done in a process. And I must say the progress has been extremely good in terms of Esikwa, where we want to have a load shedding free town. And that is going well. We've also spoken to the Danish as well as the French around just funding for some of the capital projects. There's a couple of municipalities that have lodged projects in relation to that, and we now in the second phase, particularly of CDF, and at a later stage, Chairperson, we can provide more detail around it. I think the last two things is around the interface with citizens. We have developed or participate in various structures within the province to strengthen our interface. There's various ways that we do it. There's a CWP program, there's a CW Community Developers Worker program, and then we've got various structures, small economic scale projects that we have in municipalities. So we're also looking at how do we strengthen our interface with citizens in the province, and how do we do work around just providing support to communities directly. Minister has reflected on the disasters in the province. I think it has been excessive over the last while. We have written on a number of occasions for funding to the national department. We have met with them on several occasions. During the period under review, they've given money to municipalities, but there's departments like agriculture and infrastructure that have suffered severe damages. And we are still waiting for a response in relation to the funding in that regard. But Chairperson, that is just in brief. And once again, it has been a difficult year, and I think year on year it's becoming increasingly difficult. But from our side, also thank you to the entire team. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Minister and HOD. I'm now going to allow for any, and welcome Honourable Member Murray. Good to have you. Any questions that relate to either of those opening remarks? And if we can, please try limit it to what was said in the opening remarks. We will have an opportunity to go through other information later. We've got Honourable van Wyk and Honourable Masipa, Honourable Stoffel. Honourable van Wyk.
Thank you, Chair. I think, first of all, I would like to commend local government for the work that has been undertaken, and you can see within this annual report that it's almost like a duck on water. Everything looks calm, but obviously below water there's a lot of activity that is taking place. And I think in that regard, if one looks at what disaster management teams have done over the past year, I think that is very commendable, and quite clearly we need to remain very much on top of that. One picks up from the American situation with the latest hurricanes, how FEMA, the Federal Emergent Management Agency, seems to be struggling in certain areas, according to certain of the reports. The comment has been made about the Sustainable Infrastructure Development and Finance Facility, the SIDAF project that's been undertaken. Having come from local government, I think one of the big concerns is that there seems to be a lot of talk that takes place, but very little action in terms of getting that funding in place for the critically important municipal infrastructure that needs to be upgraded. And I think we're all aware of aging infrastructure, and mentions ought to be made here on the water side and on the wastewater side. And I think perhaps if we could be enlightened on, what progress is being made to the practically having that sort of funding facilities available so that municipalities can go ahead and undertake that work. Because I think that's what is going to be critical with the type of water and wastewater infrastructure, if I can use those two examples, where I've in my previous life where I've seen very clearly that you need to move proactively and you need to be able to throw money at sorting out that infrastructure. And as it ages, these type of breakages are going to come, and also the type of network facilities and the treatment plants that need to be upgraded, because any collapse in that area is going to cause a further disaster if major, for instance, sewage works go down for extended periods of time. So I think I would certainly like to hear, what we are doing to try and get those type of financing facilities shovel ready. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Van Wyk. Honourable Masipa.
Thank you, Chairperson. First, my comments will really be to comment the department for the great work that they have done. I note that Ratings Africa indicates 5 of the most financially stable municipality in the country are from the Western Cape. Well done, Minister. And it points down to Minister and the officials, points down to financial policies and sound long-term financial strategy. And number 3, Western Cape accounts for 20 out of 34 municipalities in South Africa who achieved clean audits. Well done to that. And if Minister might just share with us the details with regards to those municipalities. In terms of the blue drop, really well done on that one. But I think the important concern is what has been highlighted by the Department of Water and Sanitation regarding the FALDEM. How are we in that regard? Are we not affected by some of the flow of water from FALDEM in the Western Cape? Just to enlighten us in that regard. Chair, the Minister talks about fiscal constraints and obviously partnering with municipality to ensure that they protect provision of basic services. So, and also to Honourable Van Wyk's comment around the infrastructure support and so forth. So what I note here is that there are obviously finance schemes like the Swedish government, which has supported the department. And recently the GNU undertook a trip to the UK to engage the investors around the opportunities within the infrastructure development in the country. Is the Minister maybe having considered, that there is definitely a need for donor funding? Has he considered obviously undertaking such a trip to ensure that, we support the aging infrastructure and obviously the water treatment plants that Honourable Van Wyk has highlighted? So I think those are for me from the presentation and the overview, Chair. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Honourable Masipa. Last question of this round, Honourable Stoffel.
Thank you, Chairperson. Once again, good morning. First of all, I want to congratulate and thank the MEC for good work so far, and also your senior management team. We really appreciate as a committee the work done by yourself. However, Minister, and I'm happy you have reflected on it, the report on the George issue, the building that collapsed in George. I'm happy you have highlighted that, that it did get the necessary attention, and we are in waiting for that reports. And then also in terms of the HOD, I really appreciate his overview pertaining the work, but it will be omission from me not to register in this committee because as much as the MEC is responsible for the integrity of this committee, this standing committee, we as members of parliament are also responsible for that integrity and to uphold the integrity of this community towards the communities. Therefore, I must express my concern regarding the pressing issues that is being overlooked when it comes to workers within the department. And I'm referring to the allegation of the sexual harassment against the HOD.
Sorry, member Stoffa, I don't want to interrupt you, but I would ask, if possible, if we could stick to the points that have been raised by the minister and the HOD. I don't think it's going to be worthwhile getting into a discussion around specific issues, but I will allow you to finish. And the minister, if he would like, can respond. But I really don't know whether it would be appropriate for us to get into a discussion around a specific disciplinary or potential issue in the committee. We're here to focus on the annual report, and I do think that if any of those issues are raised, they can certainly be sent through to the department as well for consideration. And I understand your desire to raise the issue. It's just the forum which is probably not the appropriate one. But I'll let you finish your question, but just bear in mind that we might not fully be able to entertain that discussion now.
Chair, I'm with you and I hear what you are saying. But whether you allow me to say it in my opening remarks to the MEC, at some stage in the report, we will deal with the matter. We will deal with the matter, whether it's now, whether it's at a later stage. So with your due respect, that's to allow me to say what I want to say about the issue. And by that, I'm not personal on a person because I never refer to a person. I'm referring to my opening remarks in terms of the performance in the integrity of this committee.
Thank you, member. And I think later on in the agenda, when we get to part D,
yes,
which will be human resource management, perhaps you could speak more to that there.
All right, Chair.
Fantastic.
But can I finish then?
Of course.
Yes, Chairperson, thank you for that. And I really appreciate, as I've indicated, I really appreciate the work done by the committee so far. And I'm also appreciating the fact that the committee is prioritizing the matter of service delivery. And within that, by saying that the service delivery should be the same to all municipalities, including those municipalities that is not in favor of the governing party. So I'm happy so far, and I'm happy to commit from the MEC, his commitment towards this service delivery.
Thank you very much, member. Minister, I'm going to hand over to you, and you are welcome to respond as you wish. Yeah.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you to the members of the Standing Committee. Looking forward to working with you in the next 5 years. I think it's going to be a very exciting 5 years with all the pressures on us. To start off with the first member, Van Wyk. Yeah, we need to stay on top, and you must remember that we're very proud what we've put in place and the vision of the team to, I think it was in 2015 already, realized that we're not only going to deal with water-related and fire-related disasters, but building collapses with construction industry is a real thing. So they've had international training to specific members. I think over 120 members went through that course, and those kind of things helped us a lot when it occurred. The problem is that you don't have the luxury and the funding to set up the ideal system that you will always be 100% on top of it. To fight weather events, I mean, you can see in the US now, with all their budgets, there's going to be loss of life. There's going to be, so we must just keep on building. I've always asked Treasury, don't give disaster management nothing. Give us something. We need to. What I also will push for is that we also got the obligation, personally, I think, to invest or to support our NGOs, our non-profit organizations like Life Saving South Africa, NSRI, I always get it wrong, SARSA, it's too many R's in Park Colin or something, I don't know. But yeah, SARSA, because whenever we call on them, they're there to support us. Now, for us to spend 300,000 Rand a year on a support program for NSRI of Life Saving South Africa, it's a bargain. Why must we have our own boats or? So going forward to how we can work with the private sector, I think it's part of our success is our relationship with our partners. Sustainability, it's crucial. CDAF is one of the programs. It's a young program. Started off, I think the municipality where you were mayor was one of the first that benefited from the program. But to get bankable programs of R1 billion plus was difficult. HOD can expand, but we do have a team working on that, pulling together, because they don't want 100 small programs. They want big bulk programs of R1 billion plus. So we're putting the smaller municipalities, the rural municipalities, getting their programs together, make it bankable and take it to them. One thing that you haven't mentioned is also the MIC program and how we can realign the MIC program. We're busy talking to National on that. But if we're out in the field, what I'm worried about is also the sabotage of existing infrastructure, the sabotage of new infrastructure. And we all need to be very hard on that, because we cannot redo things. You cannot build a sewage plant and 6 months later, all the pumps is gone, all the piping is. So we need to look at the security as we invest in infrastructure going forward. I'm very proud of our 15-year water plan. Water plan stands on two legs, quality as well as quantity of water. On the quality of water, I think that the teams will enter, and now that's also within my other department, Environmental Affairs. I really think we're going to have tough discussions on the quality. I think that it's time that we open up this debate and look 30 years ahead and say, 30 years from now, will we still allow municipalities to release sewage water into rivers, estuaries, and the ocean? Personally, I don't think so. I think they need to recycle, it need to come back, and we need to take a hard stand and start to build that system, because that will help us to not get to where the fall is today. There's too many of these outlets that's been hidden away, far away. By the time we pick it up and by the time the green scorpions is getting into that, it's already polluted. So yeah, but the quality of water is a big focus. We now change our energy program with the Premier to energy and water. So water is obviously crucial. Mr. Masipa, thank you for your comments. Yes, blue and green drop is important. Also, the no drop report is very important. Working with our national partners, exactly what I'm saying, to look at the quality and quantity of water, looking at the different resources. We're also sharing our programs with them, because I think the 15-year water plan, unpacking each municipality in the province water challenges, looking at the differences of water sources within, like if you, the Honourable Member Noel will understand the Karoo, there's not many options. He started the program from the toilet to the tap, but that's limited. Your groundwater is the thing that we need to look at, and it's no use you keep looking at the one side of the town, because if you drill a new hole, you will get water, but you suck 3 others dry. So it's a new source of underground water, and that's very much already identified in the Karoo National Park. So we will need to interact with our national colleagues on that. We're also busy with the Sweden and Danish partners to do research on the rivers. We internationally look at, and they're busy in the Berg River, looking at the different points within that river to help us to see to it that the quality of the water in the river is of a good standard. Donor funding, obviously, we need to tap in internationally, but we also need to understand it's not only in South Africa, internationally, the markets is under pressure. So you need to have a very good program to go and sell. We just sent over people to, and you will pick up in the last 5 years, I never went overseas because I really think that the people with the skills need to go. But obviously, when it's necessary, yes, we will try our utmost best to bring in international funding to help us to build this resilience within the province. Honourable Stoffels, yes, we've done a lot of good work, and thank you for acknowledging that. But I get it. There's a lot more that needs to be done. The George building collapse, it's very much where we, with also your HR, and we can talk to it in D or we can talk to it now. It's very simple for me. It's as the MEC, I don't get involved. I get into independent investigation and we deal with the fallout. I cannot take sides within it, so I refuse to meet people on that. They don't like it, but that's how it is. I don't even know the investigator. That's done through our HR department, but I will deal with the report. That I can promise you, as we will deal with the report of the George building collapse. It's easier to talk to the George building collapse because it's a bit distance. George building collapse, I also love to work with cement. I also love to work with my hands. And if I want to find my inner soul, then give me cement to play with, then I'm very happy. But I can tell you, so I've got a lot of personal opinions on what has happened and what has transpired within the George, standing and looking at this building, having the cement in my hand. Oh, okay, so I've got my personal opinion, but that doesn't matter. I can't go to court with my personal opinion as with the HR matter. There's reports. We will deal with the outcome of this report. Now, we need to understand that these reports are very difficult to compile. In the George case, it's not only the cement, it's the design, it's the quality of the steel that they use, it's the labor, and so there's a lot of things. What I really think we must leave the professionals to deal with that. A discussion that we must have is the sensitive topic of the immigration labor that was used and misused on that site. Immigration is not the enemy. It's how we use them, how we mistreat them, and our systems don't pick it up, and our systems don't protect them. We get into emotional spaces when there's xenophobic attacks, and we, personally, I think, owe it that we must always stand up and prevent those kind of situations, because normally it happens because of a competition for services as well as jobs. If we can get jobs going and services going, I think everybody is welcome. But we also need to have the systems in place to ensure that people don't get misused like that. And I really think that if we put our heads together, that we can talk to our municipalities. Why can't municipalities have job seeker list, and you need to have an idea, and the industry must employ from there, so that in each municipality we have like our own office to see to it. If you're not registered and you don't have an ID, you can't work. Those kind of things. So bring it closer to the ground. It's no use we only push this to national. I think we need to take this debate to national and say, how can we protect the people? Because I can tell you, I've looked in families' faces that lost their family members. And it's not about where you're from. You lost a family member. So, and I think we can do much more on that. I've dealt with the matter of the disciplinary, and I really hope that we can settle that we will wait for the report as soon as possible. And unfortunately, these kind of reports take long, but when it gets there, I can promise this committee I will deal with the outcome of that report. And on the service delivery issues going forward, the services are under pressure. Immigration, 27% growth. it put a lot of pressure on. Doesn't mean that we must not step up and always fight for that. We've done in this department a study with the University of Stellenbosch. We call it the dignified life. But the question I asked to the department, what do you need to have a dignified life? What does anybody want? A poor person. And we've got different baskets with the university, and I will talk to the HOD and the team, and I think we must just, we've done it, I think 2 or 3 years ago. We must just upskill that basket, but I can tell you from what has come out of that basket was that where we talk to 50 units of electricity in the constitution, to have a dignified life, you actually need 150. Now, you all know how we struggle to get to 50, but our dream must still be 150. And why I just want to redo this, maybe it's now 200, and give a step back. 20, 30 years ago, electricity was actually not a basic service. It's because of technology, because of how do you get our children through schools, and electricity, energy is a basic service. So how can we provide that? And that is where I think our thinking must go. Our water, 6 kiloliters, they suggest 10 kiloliters of water. So they actually suggest an expansion of the poorest basket. And I think that will be a very interesting debate, is to put the challenge out there. How can we as a government support our municipalities so that we can provide that dignity basket? I'm very excited about that, because I think we owe that to the poorest of the poor. Middle class, high class, they will sort themselves out actually, but our responsibility is to get to the poorest of the poor and to give them children that hope. Because if you've got a child and the child is in school now, they need internet access. They need this kind of access so that they can compete. And for that, they need more energy in their households. So it's a fight worthwhile having, and I think it's a boundary we must, and it's doors that we need to keep on knocking. So I really am thankful and grateful for those kind of questions, and therefore I'm looking forward to working with the community, with the committee, to try and find solutions towards these very difficult and complex environment we operate in. HOD.
Thanks, Minister, Honourable Chairperson and members. So we most probably can give the detail around CDF and the Danish during the course of this morning. CDF has now paid funding over to their service provider here in the Western Cape to commence with the second phase. In other words, taking projects from its development to bankability. The Danish is also assisting, as you can see, and they're helping with the quality of water along the Berg River. But at a later stage, between Sandra and her colleague, they can provide the details around it. Also from my side, thank you very much to all the comments to the members. I think the team work hard, and it is difficult circumstances. I think the minister have referenced also around the coalitions. But with the available capacity and capability, we try to keep local government in the province stable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, HOD. We've got Honourable Constable, Honourable Masipa again. If possible, I'd just like to get one question or point in. But you know, I think it was raised at the beginning, Minister, the challenges that your department has faced, especially coming out of COVID, but then being hit with a significant number of natural disasters and unnatural disasters, sort of unprecedented scale. And, you know, still being able to achieve 97% of your targets in the face of that, I think is really commendable. But going into what will more than likely be another very hot fire season this year, what do you foresee some of the challenges being in terms of ensuring that we provide the requisite services to communities and municipalities? Honourable Constable.
Chairperson, thank you very much, and thanks to the MEC and HOD for that background. And also thank you for the work you are doing currently in the province, MEC and your department. I want to say some things, but it might not be questions. It can also be seen as comments, because coming from that space, you also understand what's happening in local government on the ground within the municipal space. The MEC mentioned when he started about political advice and legal advice. I think what we see in municipalities is there's your administration and there's your politicians, which is your councils. And when you write to the MEC from a perspective of an executive mayor or speaker, it can be both. It can be legal advice that you seek, but also political advice, because this is where we work. We work in the political space within the municipality and also on the ground. So, but I think, MEC, this is a conversation that we can have. How do you draw the line, or where do you draw the line when it comes to the advice that you give? With regards to where I came from, if we talk about support HOD, what I see happening in the past 2 years, 2.5 years in Beaufort West municipality, I think that is the kind of support, MEC, that municipalities are looking for. And if you trigger that, or if you start that early, the support that you give to municipality, you don't have to spend a lot of money, because all of us are talking about the spending of money, the budget that is not available. But if we're giving the right support equally, like Member Van Wyk was saying, or Member Stoffels, equally to all municipalities, I think we can make sure that all your municipalities in the Western Cape are doing a good job. And sometimes municipalities are looking for that support and it's not coming. They're writing letters and it's not coming. And again, I'm sitting here talking from experience, and I know sometimes it's political. Sometimes you want municipalities to fail. I hope it is not really the matter, and that support from now on will be equally distributed to municipalities. With regards to the comments on disaster management, MEC, I think we need to look how to support municipalities when it comes to services, especially fire services. In certain municipalities, that service is at a district level, and at other municipalities, it's on a local municipal level. How do we get it right with regards to the smaller municipalities that can't grant these services to the people, specifically with regards to fire services? And I think we can also talk about that at a later stage, because I believe with regards to revenue enhancement and how we distribute funding at a local level, services needs to be distributed. Some of it needs to be at a district level. Basic services. Let's on to what Member Van Wyk was saying. The aging infrastructure. With regards to service delivery, some municipalities failed because of the aging infrastructure. Yes, you mentioned about the project of and I wanted to say to other people that you must learn from Beaufort West to reuse the wastewater, because it's a perfect example, but also the capacity of that structures that you build. How do you plan going forward, spending 28 million on that? But also, MEC, when you do that, how do you establish and how do you go into contract with that service providers? We struggle in Beaufort West because of the big funding. I think Beaufort West is spending 600,000 rand a month just on that structure. So also the alignment with regards to funding, and we've wrote to you to say, assist us in dealing with this matter, because a service provider is getting 600,000 rand a month, and the municipality must pay that, otherwise he stops his services. So I think also that is the kind of advice, contextual advice that municipalities wants to have from the department. Then on budget allocation, I want to align it, and I know this is maybe a provincial treasury kind of discussion, but I want to align it with revenue enhancement, because the budget that we send to municipalities must allow them to also setting a platform for them to get revenue out of the kind of services that they get. And some municipalities are too small to get a lot of revenue within the municipality. So I think this is it. I think you've touched on water resilience, MEC, and I think this is one of the sore points within the Karoo. You've done a lot of work in the Karoo. However, that work failed not because of what you do. That work failed because of what you've mentioned, vandalism. How do we stop that? How do we assist municipalities in secure the infrastructure that we put in place? And I think this is where we also need to assist one another. You've touched on illegal foreigners and the use of illegal foreigners within our workspace. I think this is a massive debate that we need to have, because it happened in George, but it happened all over the Western Cape, in the agriculture sector, all over. So I think this is the discussion. Let's relook, MEC, your RBIC projects. I think it's a national project, but let's relook that one, because the RBIC, the Regional Bulk Infrastructure Grant Project, assisted municipalities in dealing with aging infrastructure, Chairperson. And I think because the MIC component is just too small. And then you have to take 15% of that MIC and you need to put it into sports facilities that is also getting vandalized. So we need to have a total relook. Sports needs to have their own budget or own grant funding to establish and to maintain the infrastructure that they put down. And then MEC, please let us move forward in this term, in the next term, that we bring the Karoo also to a place like you've done in the coastal areas. You're talking about R1 billion investment and R1 billion. Can I see that also in the central Karoo or in the Karoo areas, not even the central Karoo? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Constable. We've got Honourable Masipa. I just want to check, are there any other hands? Anybody else? Just a comment from Honourable Moray. And then after that, we'll move on to the annual report after the responses. So, Honourable Masipa.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Minister, for your responses. And I think just to your point, Minister, with regards to the challenges that obviously, South Africans are faced with as a result of really pressure on energy and stuff. I think the question is really in terms of the infrastructure support that we need. How many of these municipalities will be able to take a debt portion of that support? And obviously, my view is that many of these municipalities will need donor support, and I think that's the kind of guidance that I think maybe if you can enlighten in terms of the work that is being done to ensure that we get as many donor support to really support, especially, Honourable Constable talking about the Beaufort West and all those municipalities that are in the periphery. And obviously, we've got like Wandile Slobo talks about South Africa of two agriculture. Even in the city, we've got two kind of, situation whereby, the Cape Flats, situation, I mean, we are busy in by-election. The situation is dire. So the question is, we see the city of Cape Town go out to the debt market, but is there no really opportunity to look at the donor market to really support this community that is at the periphery that really needs that 150 units that you've spoken about? The second one, obviously, is not a follow-up, Chair, and I hope I can be able to, you will allow me to ask, is something I've noted here. When you opened, you talked about the political instability and collapse of councils and so forth. There is a bill I know in the National Assembly which talks to the coalition amendment bill to really ensure that it stabilizes the situation in municipalities. I just want to get a feel as to how far is that particular bill? Will it help, the situation in ensuring that, councils are more stable and we are able really to focus on service delivery as such? So, Chair, that's all I just wanted to sponsor. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honourable Masipa. Honourable Murray, you comment?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and my apologies for being late this morning and for missing the introduction, but I just wanted to compliment the department and also the Minister just in terms of his response. Wanted to just say, Minister, that we are hoping that there will be a response regarding the George building collapse. The situation calls for a response, and a response that will ensure that the situation will not repeat itself again. We have to ensure that our response will be to such a degree that there will not be a repeat, or at least will make it very difficult for people to repeat this type of scenario, whether it's legislation enforcement or whether it is a lack of legislation. And then in terms of the 3 marine outfalls, I'm glad that you touched on the quality of water, because it's becoming an issue more than before. Before there was still we reached a place where the municipality still wanted to justify the use of the marine outfalls in their current state and said it's something that has been happening for 150 years. I think we must reach a point now where we say we cannot accept it, and I get that from you this morning. And I hope that this reaffirms that we have now reached a point where we say that the current situation cannot continue. So I want to thank you for your commitment in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Murray. Minister?
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, I'm going to start off with you. Obviously, COVID happened outside of this time frame, but it consequences we will still struggle with for a couple of years going forward. I think this department role in securing calmness on the streets helped a lot to prevent hunger and to help people with food security. And I think we must never miss that, because at the stage we were very close to war on the streets, of panic. And I think with actually relative small budget, we've done a lot to support our municipalities in securing food, soup kitchens, etc., etc. On the firefighting services and our help to municipalities, we do have a list what we've done since around about 2016, but we've started this way before that. We've supported, and don't quote this number, it's around about, I think, 60 plus firefighting trucks that the team designed themselves. And the big win for that is that it's equipment that can be serviced in your little town if you fire out. You don't have to send it to Cape Town and take it to 2 weeks out of service. It's around about 87 to 90 million rand program. And that's why I say we must keep on investing, because we built the service. And by also building this and providing these trucks and bakkies and to smaller municipalities, you're actually building a bigger service, so that if there's trouble in one municipality, they will send the equipment to go and help, because they had support from us. But we can hand in this list and you can look through this list. So we constantly building that. Also, what was very important is to get our firemen and firewomen training up to a standard, because when Colin took over, there was actually very few trained firemen and firewomen. Very small percentage, currently 90% plus is trained firemen and firewomen. So we had also to invest a lot. So we must keep on building, and we will keep on building those services. Also, over the years, what has happened as the economy pressure were put onto certain sectors, like Eskom had their own firefighting teams, they just cut it. And then They know somebody must pick it up because we need to protect our infrastructure or their infrastructure, because otherwise our people will be out of energy. So then we need to fill those gaps. So you keep on building, and we will keep on having this debate within Treasury. And I think understanding the impact of climate change and also landing it within the different sectors, I think we in a good space on that one. The support to municipalities, what we try to do, and you can ask behind my back, I don't give political instructions to my team. So because you must understand the perceptions, you must understand that people know I belong to a certain political party, so if they phone me, they expect I'm going to give them political advice, etc. That's why I will always tell them, phone the legal department. They will give you legal advice. They will give you honest advice, how they see it, and we deal with that. But we need to always try to depoliticize and to protect the administration from political interference. So one thing that we struggle with the coalitions, the biggest thing I'm struggling with, because you can give the best advice. If they don't want to use it, they say it's political advice and they just go on. And then it brings us back to the whole thing like tenders. It wasn't in your case, it was in other municipalities happen. We give advice on tenders and contracts. Then they don't accept that advice, but then they want us to fund it. It cannot happen. So there's give and take. There's no ideal. It's a difficult space, as you know. You've been an ex-mayor. We will keep on supporting our municipalities. We've got very good plans. I think the last 154, your council accepted also, and the teams are there to support them. But it's going to take time to turn the ship. It's going to take time to build that, to rebuild that infrastructure. And I really think that we must not try to fly when we still got poor people whose toilets is far out in their yard, where there's no water in the house, where they must bend the pipe open and close it with a piece of wire. I don't think that's what we want. So we must first get those things. For us, it's smaller things. For the community, I think it's big, but they need to have a dignified life. We need to shift the program so that we can get those toilets adjacent to their house, so that we can get the water in the house. And there's many of those houses who don't even have electricity in. The wiring is out, and we can blame the house owner. I think it's our responsibility to fix that. And let's keep on talking to our sister departments, Department of Infrastructure, etc. And myself and the minister there's got very good relations and conversations, because we're on the same page. We need to look how we're going to get services to the poorest of the poor. I've dealt with the firefighting services, the support in building municipalities. We will keep on, Chairperson, in building our municipalities. I think there was also years ago Project Consolidate. That was also a very good program. It was sad that they stopped it after a year, because some of the problems we deal in smaller municipalities has to do with demarcation, actually. Because the purpose of the demarcation process in the larger municipalities was to have an economic hub within the middle that can pull the rest up and build on that. But some of these municipalities, there's no economic hub. They all poor within. Central Karoo is one of them. And we need to keep on building and giving them that support. And this team is doing their utmost best. They spend a lot of time on the road trying to get there. And obviously, also on a national level, they're busy re-looking at all these kind of programs, MIC, RBIC. How can we join them? How can we re-look at the conditions so that we can get to the basic services? We need to have a conversation on the security of the infrastructure. You've also picked it up. How can we secure that? How can we protect our infrastructure? Something that we open for ideas to talk to. Honourable Masipa, yeah, the infrastructure support, the donor support, yes, and that is why the forward is for me very important. And yes, we cannot eat a clean audit. I get that as well. But if you're a donor, you want to invest in a place where you know the finances will go to where you give it to, and not in a corrupt pool. And so therefore, it's very important to lift our municipalities up to a standard where they clean, where they well run, and then the donors will invest. We as a department must also keep a close eye on these kind of investment and tenders, because sometimes if you go to green bonds, a green bond can be very expensive if you don't get the paperwork right. And somebody must repay that loan, and that's the residents. Our job is to keep municipalities affordable, and always have that. So there's huge opportunities, and therefore within our water space, I think donors will enter that space. Within our energy space, we've seen it because they're willing to step up. Honourable Mayor, yes, the George report, that you must understand that we've dealt with the situation there. And then we hand it over to the investigators. The investigators will report to the Department of Infrastructure. They already had 2 draft reports, and they will bring the final report, I think, hopefully in October. It will be a more final report from our side. And why I say it from our side, you must remember the other party also got lawyers. So this thing will go to court. But I'm very upfront, somebody will go to jail. We sit with 34 murder cases and 32 attempted murder cases. But we must do our deal. SAPS must do their job. Labour must do their job. So all the parties must come together. NSBRC must do their job. And then we need to hold the people accountable personally. And it was a question I had to deal with on site a lot. New legislation, and I don't think new legislation will solve this. I think the enforcement of the current legislation. If you look at all the construction sites throughout, and I can tell you every time I drive by a construction site now, I look at the pillars, I look at, it's just funny how things change here. And this was the first. So the rest is doing it right. I don't think we must punish them. I think the enforcement on the building site, inspectors must go and inspect the quality of the cement, the quality of the rods they use, the metal within the and I think that will prevent a situation. But I don't think we need to redesign everything or come up with new legislation and just choke the whole system. That I don't think will be fair. And I think the industry also has looked at this and say, listen, this is not good for the industry. This is really not good for the industry. But this was, and you can ask Colin, like if you talk to disaster management throughout the world, this was like a freak event. I mean, that whole building dominoed. It doesn't happen. So some things, it's not just one event that caused that, because then one slab will, or one pillar will go skew, or it was a complete failure. And you just don't get that, because in the design, there should be more checks and balances, that even if you lose 2 or 3 pillars, then one part of a slab will dip, but not the whole slab will collapse, etc. And that we haven't seen yet. So we wait for the report. I can promise you we will deal with the report from the provincial government side. We don't want to, and we sit with the ex-mayor there, they at the stage when we started off, the municipality asked us, can they join our investigation? We said no. Maybe you're a guilty party to the, you do your investigation. We will do ours. We're going to deal with ours. SAPS must do theirs. Labour must do theirs. And then we will bring these reports together. Nobody to hide. And we will then enter the legal space. That's what we owe it to the people that died and their families. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Minister. HOD, did you want to add something?
Just briefly, Honourable Chairperson. So I think we do dispense with Honourable Constable with legal advice. I think in the department we have respect and understand the political and administrative interface. So the Minister will give political advice, we will give administrative advice to municipalities. And then on request, we have given legal advice. We've taken matters for legal opinions in the department or externally to advise the municipalities on it. I think the support becomes really difficult in some municipalities. The idea is that, and we'll push this in the next 5 years, to develop actually what we call a rapid response team. Whether that's engineers or whether that's people that will assist with finances, a CFO or MM and so on, because we are now being requested on a regular basis. Do we know of a CFO? Do we know of an engineer? Do we know of an MM and so on and so on? and the support must be variable, I think. So we are thinking along the lines to develop a rapid response team in the department, and if there's challenges in a particular municipality, to dispatch that team and to go resolve the matters in future. So that's the thinking. It obviously requires funding. But I think when we are hands-on at the municipality and work with the team, it appears that we do get better results in relation to that. Just the Treasury is always with us in terms of dispensing supply chain advice, contract and so on. I want to say on vandalism. So we're quite aware of the vandalism, and it has been raised. I'm also on the Prof joints and leading a committee in the Prof joints. But obviously vandalism is a problem. So what we've done in the province now is we are putting a strategy together to raise awareness about vandalism, particularly in relation to government infrastructure. So, I mean, there is a service provider being appointed, in the process of being appointed, to help us raise awareness amongst communities, but also then begin to influence the behavior of citizens in terms of vandalism and providing the importance of that. I think, Honorable Masipa, is that part of the CDF is about blended finance. And so the projects that we have in CDF is not to say, listen, we're going to go for individual projects, but it's to bulk it and say, go for R1 billion and test the market, whether there's interest in the market to invest in some of these major projects. And I think that is catalytic projects, and it will help with development. That bill is now in Parliament, Honourable Masipa, around the coalitions. And we've had extensive discussion in our own strat plan. And it's about to limit the amount of motions that you can sit in council. And that we're talking about constructive motions. And also there's a view that you must put a threshold in relation to the size of a political party, whether it's you need to obtain 1% and so on. And there is a view. So the National Department is doing great work around this. And they've also consulted with UWC to provide some guidance and so on. But I think there's still opportunity to influence the bill at this point in time. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, actually, Paulson. So we are now going to move on to the first part of the report. As mentioned, we are going to be looking at three parts of the report, Part A, B, and Part D. I'm taking it that the report is read. It has been circulated to members. So we're not having a presentation or anything on the report. And you all are in possession of either a hard copy or an electronic copy or both. So Part A is the sort of introduction, the general information portion, which includes some of the points that have already been raised by the Minister and the HOD. But that is from page 5 to page 23 in the hard copy, and on the PDF, page 9 to page 25. So we'll start with Part A. Are there any points or questions or statements the members would like to make on Part A? If you would like to, raise your hand. If not, we can move on to the next section, which is Part B. 1 point from Honourable Masipa, and then we've got Honourable Stoffel as well.
Thank you, Chair. Just on the page 13, it talks about departmental receipts, and then give us a closing balance of 5.4 on the financial transactions in asset of 2022-2023. Then the collection of 23-24 is 3.3. So I think the question is, has there been any carryover or the opening balance before you collected the 3.3 million as such, just to get some clarity in terms, you just record what you collected, you don't record what has been, been in the bank balance, if I have to call it that way, just the opening balance, just clarity there. That's all. really from my side, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Honourable Masipa. Honourable Stoffel.
Thank you, Chairperson. My first question is in paragraph 3 on page 10. Yeah, 10 is with the 4. The minister's forward. Yes, thanks, Chair. Notable is the report of the Auditor General of South Africa on the performance on the municipalities for 2021-22 financial year. Western Cape counts for 19 out of 38 municipalities in South Africa. Whilst we welcome that good performance, the outcome of the municipalities in terms of the audit. However, there's a strong feeling from us, MEC, that when it comes to this Auditor General, municipalities are not honest. And by saying that, I'm not condemning in terms of your forward, but it's just a concern for us. There's no way a municipality can get a clean audit whilst there was been reported about a multi-million tender of toilet paper in George municipality that just went wrong. And there's no reflection of it, even a report to the committee. So it raised eyebrows. It raised eyebrows. And I think at the end of the day, it remains the responsibility of the MEC to explain why has the report not been reached the committee, or did it? And if so, what was being done? And lastly, even the people implicated to that report, what was the steps against those people? Like the previous Dr. Mitchell Gratz, and the former director of planning, Lauren Warning. So if that report was not being tabled to the committee, one of the resolutions of this committee today should then that such report should be tabled to the committee, and then also being explained what steps was being taken to that. I'm not sure whether, Chair, I have to carry on if there's other questions also on A, or will be there another round.
Sure. So I mean, we will obviously after A go to B and to D. So if there are more questions that you want to raise on A, you have an opportunity to do so now. So so feel free. I'm sure the Minister can take notes. And yeah, and then we'll go to the responses.
And then can we then go to page 11? The last sentence, it reads as follows: as we continue to confront climate realities that brings potential challenges, I call upon sectors working in the municipal space strengthen their efforts and ensure protection of citizens' improved life experiences. Now there, in the light of the noble call from the MEC, I would like to ask whether it also includes concerns about the water quality at Greenpoint, Sea Point, Boat Bay Beach, due to that untreated sewage. Yes, I have noted the MEC did mention about the issue of sewage, but here I'm being specific. And I think the committee should know whether there was and what was the steps there, what actions the MEC have taken to address that issue, And can the committee resolve on inviting the Cape Town to discuss the steps it's taken to tackle the challenges untreated tourists dumped on our beaches? Because I remember there was an issue in Naisna, and there was a hullabaloo in the whole Western Cape about that tourists there. But now it's quiet here. There might be a report out. There might be steps being taken that we are not aware. But I think the community should, the MEC should make us aware about was there interventions, what was the interventions, and how far is the interventions taken there. In terms of page 12, the last sentence, paragraph 1. It reads as follows: I express my sincere gratitude to the senior management and staff for unwavering commitment, not only just deliver on the plans of the department, but to do so constantly. Now, my question is, what is the factors that have prevented senior management from meeting since May? And how are the issues typically discussed in these meetings being addressed? What was the reason for the management team not to sit? And then still 12, the last sentence of paragraph 2. Extensive work has been undertaken to lay strong foundation for this program to attract potential funders who have indicated a keen interest in investing in municipal infrastructure development. Now, my question is again, can the MEC tell us more about these programs? On page 12, MEC, Chair, through you. The last sentence.
Sorry, just hold on, members. I just want to make sure. I think they're just consulting quickly. I just want to make sure that everyone's on the same page, literally. Okay, sorry, carry on, Member Stoffel.
Okay. Can the MEC tell us more about this program? What interest do the French and Swedish government have in our municipal infrastructure development? Have these nations or companies from those countries make any investment in the program? And what general update can you provide regarding that? Don't have a problem. I think the MEC should then indicate to us what is the interest of these people. And then also on page 14, still on compensation of employees. The savings are due to delays in the filling of vacant funded posts, especially to appoint additional capacity to strengthen internal capacity within the department. The question is, what is the number and details of unfilled funded vacant positions, and why these positions is not been filled yet? And then the last one is on organizational structure on page 23. That one is simple. The question is, what is the reason for the vacant positions? And what challenges are associated with the vacancy of the Chief Director of Municipal Performance Monitoring and Support? And is there any currently acting in this position? And what is the progress have made in filling it, if not filled yet? And that refers to the 3 vacancies that is on page 23 on the organizational side. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Stoffels, for those very concise and articulate questions. Just before we move on, I'd just like to draw our attention to page 6 of the report. And I just want to say a big thank you to whoever compiled it for including the committee. The picture of the updated picture of the committee. It's good to see that our contribution is also valued. So thank you. On that slightly lighter note, Minister, over to you.
Yeah, some of the questions I think a bit off guard because I think we've dealt with it. We're back there. On the CDF program, we will send it to the committee. I think it's the easiest explanation. It's putting programs together and we've answered and said that we will bring the information to the committee. On the water quality and there's in the city of Cape Town, we remember our role, and normally we tackle this through the green scorpions, and we deal with this by a pre-directive. We must always understand we work with a different suite of government. So it's not that we can just instruct and tell them and there's processes, there's IGR legislation. So normally the process will be you give them a pre-directive. The pre-directive will spell out what is wrong from our side, the environmental side, and that they must fix it and they must report on it. If they don't, they get a directive. If they do, we manage that. So back and forth. If they just ignore, then they will get a directive, and if they ignore the directive, we will see them in court. There was in a period around about 18 directives, pre-directives running up and down, especially on Milnerton and Milnerton Lagoon. They're also busy in the city of Cape Town through this pressure with coming up with a tender to drench the sewage, the sludge out of the Milnerton Lagoon to save it. It will be a longer term program, but it's a very difficult one. It's the first one that we worked with, and the sludge must go then somewhere. And is it hazardous? Is it not hazardous? The problem that we sit with is they can't determine that while it's under the water. They must first bring it out on the site, and then they can determine. And that will determine to which dumping site you will need to take it. It's a very expensive program, but we keep on to that. We need to solve the quality of the water within that program. So the same pressure is on everybody. The green scorpions, they get called in from all over this province to enforce the law on the environmental transgressions, and I think they do a sterling job, and we need to support them. So yes, there's issues there, but we're dealing with it through legislation and through the framework, and hopefully we will get to a stage. There's also a massive investment into the Milnerton plant. I think it's a 5.5 to 6 billion rand upgrade on that plan to deal with the sewage, and hopefully it will help us to clean up the beach there. But there's also other areas, and we look at all of them, and other municipalities that we work with. On the CDF, I've answered. I don't know if there's yeah, the Auditor General, maybe just to talk to, we talk a lot about the Auditor with the Auditor General, how we can better understand and get better quality audits. Obviously, we'll take the win, but yes, our concern is also your concern. How can we make sense of what we know happens in a municipality? And currently there will be a debate that the Auditor General wants to start to audit the lift experience. Now, I don't know how you're going to audit that. So they must first tell us how they're going to audit that, because I don't know how you audit that. But there's a lot of conversation. I think you can take it also up as a committee with the Auditor General's office, that you will, because I really think they need to do more to help us to clamp down on corruption, on those kind of things within the municipalities. And I think they're in the space of that. The rest, HUD, I don't know if you want to respond.
Thanks, Minister, and thanks, Honourable Chairperson. And Honourable Stoffel, I'll just ask Bhavna just to respond to the balance that Honourable Masipa has raised. I think if the minister has responded to some of it, particularly in relation to Nice and Gary, I'm not sure whether we got detail around that, but obviously in terms of Section 106, we do investigate if there's any allegations of fraud, corruption, and maladministration. Minister has answered the thing about the, I think just the sewage. In relation to the meetings, I had a discussion with the chief directors in the organization, and we made a decision to suspend the management meetings, given the fact that there's a matter pending. And the arrangement now is that we meet with the chief directors as a normal management meeting. And then in turn, the chief directors then meet with their senior managers within the organization and dispense with what's happening in the organization. CDAF, Swedish, we can give the detailed chairperson around that. CDAF has now transferred funding to the service provider to take off the projects that have been identified to bankability and help these municipalities to do so. We are also in a process, as I say, appointed a service provider to work in concert with that service provider to assist the municipalities in that regard. We can give a list of all the vacant funded posts that are unfunded. We just don't have it with us. It is there's a difference between active posts, but we can give that. The chief director post, honourable chairperson, has been filled in the interim. It's Dr. Sandra Gergwelling. Just put up a. She has been appointed in the post as chief director. There are a number of other posts, senior management posts vacant, especially the IDP, and I think Nzuku can just reference it, as well as the director operations, and perhaps Colin can reference that. And then also there's what we call a JDMA, and that post relates to myself. Now, in relation to that, Chair, we've gone out a fourth time. And the last time when we went out, we appointed an internal candidate. It's a year contract post. People actually don't want to apply because it's job security. We appointed the internal candidate, and the city offered that particular candidate a post, obviously higher remuneration. And it implied that the official then took up the position in the city of Cape Town. The minister has now closed that post, the process formally. We need to re-advertise or otherwise go for another headhunt. We just had a discussion this morning how many staff members we are losing to the city of Cape Town and to municipalities in general. But we come later to Section D, we can highlight the concern. And it's not only in this department, I think it's across the Western Cape government where we're losing people, particularly to the city of Cape Town and to municipalities.
Honourable Chair, if I may, on the Director IDP, the post became vacant because the incumbent passed on. We've gone out on recruitment 3 times. The challenge with the IDP is that it's a limited pool. We have also gone out on headhunting, and some of the candidates that withdrew just before they were supposed to be interviewed. We've now enlisted through the CSC to assist us to get an external service provider to at least try to get us more of the pool. Even that process has not really assisted us that much. However, we have scheduled interviews with the current limited pool that we have. I think the interviews will take place in the next few weeks on the 25th of October. So we really have tried. It's really a limited pool. The HOD has touched on the issue of salaries. It is very difficult to attract people to come through. The municipalities are paying quite a lot of, the packages are much more. I joked with the HOD, one person that we were including in the pool was earning more than him. That was on a lighter note.
Thank you, HOD. Honourable Chair, so the post, we have really the same issue. We had gone through the entire process, identified someone, appointed them. And the moment that we gave them the appointment, they were offered a higher salary. It was also in a municipality. In this case, it was Tshwane. So we've had to re-advertise and go through that whole process. But that has closed, and we have compiled a shortlist, and our interviews are going to take place also within the next few weeks. Thank you.
All right. I just want to quickly mention, Member Stoffel, you did speak about the committee resolving to invite City of Cape Town to present. When we get to the end of our agenda, we'll get to resolutions and recommendations, and maybe you can re-raise that then, and then we can formally put that in. Okay. Look, I think this issue of salaries does seem to be an overarching challenge, and exacerbated by the fact that we have budgetary constraints. But I do think that it's possibly something that keeps cropping up. And Minister, just from my side, before we move on, is there any sort of light at the end of the tunnel? Are there any proposed ideas as to how to attract more high quality people to these posts without them being snatched up by other higher paying spheres of government?
Thank you, Chair. It's a personal opinion. I think that the problem is much bigger, actually, because in the past, and it actually started with local government, because years back, your smaller municipalities, there was a couple of municipalities that was actually the training school. So somebody young that's got the potential will start in City of Cape Town and will come through the ranks and will go, or will start in the municipality, will come to City of Cape Town, and then he will go through the ranks there, and then he will come back as a director or municipal manager to your smaller municipalities. So your bigger municipality, City of Cape Town, Stellenbosch, Drakenstein, those was kind of a training school for middle management and upper. But because when they started off with the task and the permanent contract or the 5-year contracts of MMs, and then the different sizes of municipalities, remember we had 1 to 6, and then they changed Metro 6 to 10. And then there was a big jump into the salaries of bigger municipalities. So a director in the City of Cape Town salary is just, you cannot compare to the MM in Saldanha or Swartland or whatever. So it's not worthwhile for them going there. And that clamped the pool, I think, a lot. Even our salaries in the province, I think the City of Cape Town just offer so much more. And people take that opportunities. You can't take it away from them. We need to seriously look at the pool of engineers, upcoming engineers, CFOs, municipal managers, etc. There's shortfalls, and if you look at the graphs in universities of students going through that, there's a red flag. The couple that's going through will be, I think the salaries will be offered by the private sector, and as a government, we're going to be sit without. I think if we don't step up very quickly, there's a lot of talk on a national level also to try and rectify the position. So a lot of research, etc. And we will follow that. We're part of that process. We put our inputs. We've done market research on 5,000 salaries that we handed in to see how you can get the private sector and our salaries on more or less the same level so that we can compete. So it's a difficult space that we currently are in, but yeah, going forward again, talking to different programs, looking at our skills program. Joining at the stage, we as a department offered the municipality a partnership that let's identify a person in matric with the ability to become an engineer, and we will support them, and you are 50-50, put them through the university and then place them in that municipality. But the municipality said to us, we need the skill set now. Now, if we started with that program 5 years ago, we would have been there. We haven't, because there was not uptake on that. So you now back to square one, where you need to get people from university to come and apply for the jobs. So yeah, it's an ongoing battle to get this necessary skills in.
Thanks very much, Minister. Any other points on section A? Oh, sorry, ma'am, I didn't see you. Great.
One more just on the departmental receipts. So it's not an opening balance, it's just the over collection of the revenue. So you'll see that there's a very big difference between what we disclose as expected revenue and what we collect. And that's related to the non-spending of the grants within the municipalities and then the not approved rollovers. So that money then comes through and then we monitor it differently.
Thank you, CFO. All right. I think we got one more from Honourable Marais. Any others going once, going twice? Gone. Okay. Oh, Honourable Stoffel's just got a hand up in time. Perfect. Okay, so we'll do Honourable Marais, Honourable Stoffel, and then after that, those set of answers, we will then move on to Part B. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Chair, I just wanted to know from the department, in terms of the department says that has produced the State of Environment Report 2024 and made it available for peer review before it's released to the public domain. Just wanted to know when that report will be released, or has it been released already, and will this committee be privy to that? Thank you.
Page 11, yeah, that's helpful. And then Honourable Stoffel, your follow-up?
No, Chair, mine is not a follow-up. I just want to make sure, Chair, whether I have captured MEC correctly in terms of this multi-million rand toilet paper contract in George. Apparently, the report is on your table. Will you be able to release it to the committee? That's the only. I just wanted to check whether I have captured your answer correctly.
Right. So those two on Marais' question, and then the toilet paper one.
Chair, a lot of things is on my table. Apparently, I haven't seen it, so I don't know. Maybe it's still within the department, but I can tell the committee that we, as a department, we investigate whenever we get the complaints. A lot of municipalities think it's personal. It's not personal. It's our job. We get a complaint, we investigate, and then we become, soos hulle in Afrikaans sê, die vark in die verhaal, but it's fine. But yeah, so if there's anything that we need to share with the committee, we will. We don't hide these things. And on the other question on the State of the Environment report, as soon as it's ready, I will get the date and time, and yeah, we will distribute it.
I think just in terms of the specific questions from Honourable Stoffel, perhaps if one can't provide a specific answer in the meeting, Honourable Stoffel, would it be okay if a member within the department, an official, got back to you with a response after the meeting? Because I don't think there seems to be a specific response from what I'm understanding, unless anybody wants to raise their hand and venture. No? Okay, so we will ensure that happens then, Honourable Stoffel. All right. Okay. Great. We're going to move on to Part B. I'm just going to ask if we can just take a quick 5-minute body break, literally 5 minutes. We are going to have tea and coffee at 10:30. Just stretch your legs, and we'll be back for Section B in 5 minutes' time. So check on the members. We've got member Masipa, member Van Wyk. Just waiting on the other members still. Not sure, maybe my colleagues have started their weekend early, but I'm sure they'll be on their way back. So let's start then with section B. And we have Honourable Masipa and Honourable Van Wyk. Would either of you like to raise any points, questions, statements? Honourable Masipa.
Thank you, Chair. On page 35 of the organizational environment, regarding the Disaster Management Center, it talks about that there's a planned relocation of the Tigerberg Hospital, which would have implication. The implication include, may affect the compliance of the center with the guideline on the minimum infrastructure requirements for disaster management center issued by the National Disaster Management Center. I think the question really here, Chair, is just to understand if the disaster management does not really find the center that comply in terms of the minimum guidelines, would it be forced to relocate from where it's currently located? And obviously those implications, what would they mean for the disaster management center in terms of carrying its obligations and duties? That's on that one. There is one area that I just want to really maybe also sponsor with regards to the contribution from the local government in terms of this creation of the 1 trillion economy in 2035. In terms of the programs here, I know the community development worker programs and many others. I just want to hear what has been really the targets that the department has put for itself to assist in terms of growing the economy by 1 trillion in 2035. The last one, Chair, is on page regarding the page 60, pertains to the transfers of payments between the period of 1st April 2023 and 31st March 2024. I'm noting that many of the municipalities that had received the transfers, some of them are busy finalizing, whereas their end of year financial statement is June 2024. Recent for funds unspent by the entry. because it says here, I'm just going to use Pito as one example, that they have received, I assume it's 90 million. Then it said reasons for the funds unspent by the entity. It's written the municipality financial year ends 30th June 2024. I get a little bit confused here that the year end has passed, but the report is that they did not spend. Amount spent, 0. Reasons for the funds unspent is that the financial year ends June 2024. Just for clarity there. And I see there's quite a lot of them that have been reported like that. Just for some clarity as to either, they have spent and was not allocation for this year, or, there's still going to be allocation for the coming financial year. There was another area with regards to, just hold on a second, the energy municipal electricity master plan. There's obviously a number of municipalities that has been allocated that, and they have not really spent any of those grants, include Beaufort West, Cedarburg, Dragonstein, and so forth. The comment is kind of a standard that the process is ongoing to get the supply chain management process and apply the rollover of the unspent. What is the timeline if you apply a rollover? What is the timeline that this municipality has been given really to ensure that they finalize this? Are there capacity issues with regards to this municipality? If there are, what are the kind of interventions that will really be needed from the department to help them meet this particular obligation? There is obviously, municipal service delivery and capacity building. Also, there is a note of many municipalities like Ghanaland, like Nasna, which had, we know the problems of Nasna and Ghanaland and so forth. But obviously, also, again, it says that the comments of the supply chain started. But just really from my side is that if you really can just give us a comprehensive comment with regards to what's really happening with those municipalities that have not really spent when the process is started, what is the time frame that you have allocated them to conclude that? Thanks, Chair. That's all from my side.
Thanks, Honourable Masipa. Honourable Van Dijk.
Thanks, Chair. I'm referring to page 45. There's reference there to the number of work opportunities reported through the community work program. And I think there was a planned target of 17,700 and an actual achievement of 16,112. I think just perhaps for the record, if we could just get that explanation there. I fully appreciate and understand the difficulties and the complexities that one has in setting targets like that and then trying to be measured against them. Given that these work opportunities are being dealt with within separate municipalities. And I know there's some explanation that is given, but possibly just for the record.
Thank you, Honourable Van Dijk. Honourable Johnson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just a quick question on page 27 with regards to the support to ensure energy resilience and specifically the load shedding relief grant for the installation of generators and backup power supply. I think we all do welcome the department for being proactive in this case, as the provincial governments had to step in and take matters into their own hands when we were faced with load shedding. And I've actually firsthand experienced the effectiveness of these backup generators or grants that was given to local municipalities. And I think just in terms of the part that says the 22-23 financial year, that the grant was allocated for this specific reason, just in terms of the 23-24 financial year and going forward, is this sort of an ongoing type of something that the department will continue to invest in, as I don't think we've seen the last of load shedding. But I also just to commend the department for this initiative. It was really very beneficial to local municipalities and specifically areas outlying on the outer boundaries of the municipalities where some of these plants are located, that was still connected to the directly to the Eskom grid. If we did not have these grants, we would have been without power, without water for days. So thank you for that. And then I think just to summarize, is it although we don't have load shedding now, but is it sort of an ongoing effort that the department is looking into? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Johnson. We'll take those three first. Minister.
Honourable Chair, I'll take the question on the community work program as well as the transfers on page 60. So on the community work program, I think the honourable members are aware that it's a national program. The biggest issue with the CWP is that it is meant to create a safety net. And so the number of days that participants work in the program is 2 days per week. And so it's 8 days in a month. And so what happens is when the national department then onboards people and they do work, but the challenge is that the minute there are other programs, so there are other opportunities that come up on the EPWP with better number of days, better stipend, and even seasonal work, whether it be on farms, the participants then leave the CWP and they go to the other programs. And so that's where the biggest challenge is. So it's quite difficult for us to be able to, on a quarterly basis, maintain the numbers on the CWP because people do come in. But it's now going to be compounded even further because the National Department has budget cuts. And so they do play, so I'll leave it there. But the biggest problem is that they exit the program. On the transfers on page 60, those are the community development workup transfers. So I'll provide an overall response for all the CDWP transfers. So the process that it takes us to transfers is that the municipality must enter into a transfer payment agreement. And that process gets vetted by legal services. So that administration that goes to, with a transfer takes quite long, resulting in transfers being paid. In the case of the CDW program, all the transfers were made somewhere between the end of September and some at the latest by November, depending on the delays, because on the municipal side, one of the conditions is that they must finalize their processes of their annual financial statements, their reports. So that's what delays the transfers from coming from municipalities to us so that we can send them to be the transfer payment agreements so that we can send them to be signed by the HOD. So that's the first delay. So in this case, we paid some of them between end of September, some were paid the latest by November, allowing the municipality to spend by the end of their financial year, which is 30 June. But what we then do, we monitor the expenditure up to 30 June in the municipal financial year, but at that stage, our own books close 31st March. So if I take just the progress where we're at now, approximately half of the municipalities, about 13, have spent 100%. About 9 of those municipalities have spent between 70 and 98%. So we do monitor the expenditure up until 30 June. And then after 30 June, those that have not been able to spend after 30 June, then they apply for rollover. That process gets considered by the Provincial Treasury. All the departments then support, in our case, we've supported the request for rollovers for these municipalities that have still not spent by 30 June. And yesterday, there was a meeting with Provincial Treasury to consider that. So we will then make sure that we continue the monitoring of that even before we transfer the new funding for the new financial year. In the case of the CDW program, obviously, it's quite different because it's meant towards housing our CDWs in those areas. Thanks, you, Chair.
You want to do?
Sorry, if I may just add, I think there was a question about the time frame of the rollover. So if the rollover is approved, which a lot of them were yesterday, then the municipality will get a letter from the Provincial Treasury within the next month. That's after the conclusion of the annual financial statements of the municipality, and they'll have till the closure of their new financial year to be able to spend the money. So they'll have until the end of June next year.
Thank you very much. Mr. Diner?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So just around the disaster centre, yes, it is so that we are, there's no specific deadline as yet, but we will have to move out of there because, well, the main reason is that the new Tygerberg Hospital will be sited there. And the other reason is that the building is now, we've expanded to such an extent that the building is no longer sufficient for our operations. What we have done is we have been working with the Department of Infrastructure because unfortunately a disaster centre is a unique building. You need all sorts of infrastructure, you need towers, you need various numbers of things. So we have been looking at buildings that are available in specific areas that could work for us. We've also looked at the possibility of a Greenfields project. That's going we are having an MTech on Thursday with Treasury, where we're actually looking at the entire disaster management picture and how we need to expand that. And that's one of the main items that we're going to be taking forward there. So it's an ongoing process at this stage. We obviously want to stay up to date so that we can continue to have the kind of resources that we need to be able to, respond early to disasters, which has been, I think, the main thing that centre has been able to do for us. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Diner. Another point, Mr. Paulson?
Yeah, it's just on the just a main thing around just the transfers and to municipalities and so on. I think the fundamental thing is about the alignment of the financial years. So when we start our financial year, the municipalities in the financial year and so on, and these are some of the times it's capital projects need to go through a supply chain process, feasibility studies and so on, and it takes slightly longer. So I mean, we've petitioned our national colleagues on a regular basis to align it also the National Treasury, but it appears not to be the appetite to align those financial years. But that is fundamentally a contribution to that. I just want to say on the generators and so on, we've actually pulled that project sort of just in abeyance. We will now selectively, when municipalities apply for additional generators, particularly in relation to the waterworks and the waste treatment works, we will then consider that on a needs basis. But it's something different. The approach is something different to which we had, where we actually identified critical infrastructure, then allocated that. I think the focus has shifted. So we are now working with municipalities. We're also part of the energy resilience team in the province. And we're now focusing on how do we assist municipalities in towns to deal with the load shedding and attracting sort of capacity with independent power producers in those towns, so that we get a greater resilience on energy. While the generators are good, I mean, in terms of visual, there is a cost implication. And so it's okay to run it for 2 or 3 hours when you have load shedding and so on, but it's not a sustainable thing. And so therefore our approach is rather with battery and solar to assist municipalities to become energy resilient over time. And yeah, thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you, HOD. We'll just open up for any further questions on section B. Member Stoffel. All right, Member Stoffel.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mine is on page 26, service delivery environment. Whilst the municipalities, Chairperson, in the province are generally stable during the period of or under the review, some municipalities have experienced some delivery challenges, which require the department to act promptly and provide necessary support. Now, my question is that Since that we all know within the Western Cape, we are faced with a challenge of extortion and the influence of construction mafia, which have caused delays in various government projects recently. And be more specific, even the member, the former DA member, MMC Boy, was arrested on multi-account fraud debt. Now, my question to the MEC is, what is the response of the MEC towards this corruption? And how has the MEC and the department responded to the institution? Now, when I talk to the institution, I'm talking to the city of Cape Town. What is the response of the MEC pertaining that? What is preventing even the MEC not to initiate a Section 106 investigation within the city of Cape Town to examine the fraud and corruption, as well the extent of construction mafia involved in the city affairs? So then on page 35, organizational environment again, the last paragraph, the department has prioritized research policies and legislation development and support services to traditional councils to facilitate and the implementation of the Traditional Khoi San Leaders Act number 3 of 2019. The question there is that, what are the updates with regards to the implementation of Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act? And what are the updates with regarding to filling of the research policy and support services there? And if I may continue on page 37, second last bullet, the department continues to support municipalities with gender mainstreaming programs in hopes that projects on gender mainstreaming will institutionalized at municipal planning and implementation level. There we comment that at least there is in the pipeline for gender in terms of the mainstreaming. So we really appreciate that acknowledgement there. But also with that, on page 41, the second last row, we acknowledge there that the mentioning of the code of conduct cases assessed to ensure legislative compliance. But our question is, what are the details of this code of conduct cases that were assessed, and what were the outcome of such assessments? 44, last row, number of work opportunities reported through community work programs, the CWP that was being mentioned, MTSF 2019 to 2024 priority 2 initiative. Yeah. The question there, could you further elaborate on the reasons for not achieving the target? Unemployment is a big challenge in the province. Why are people who exit the CPWP not replaced with other employment people. Can I carry on, Chair? 48, page 48. The last row, it reads as follows. Initiative to support informal economy. All right, page 48, the last row on page 48. 49, 48, check there.
Sorry, Member Stoffer, just if you can just speak to the number of that section. Is it 2.5, 2.6 to?
Let me just check here. Bear with me, Chair, I've got one arm. Oh,
In the meantime, welcome, Member Van Vogel. Very welcome.
yes.
0.6.2
You are correct.
on page 49.
On
Okay,
49.
great.
You are
We're all in the
correct,
same
MEC.
spot then. Great.
Thanks for that, MEC. Can I proceed, Chair?
Yes, go for it.
The initiative to support informal economy. What are the details of such initiatives? How much was spent on it? How many informal traders benefited? And what are the general outcome of such investment? Then can we go then to 57, table at the bottom. The sub program expenditure. What are the reasons for unspending there? The underspending. What is the reason for the underspending there? And then we go to transfers payment to public entities on page 59.
Sorry, Honourable Stoffel, I just want to I don't want to interrupt your flow, but how far along would you say you are with your questions? Because maybe we could give the department opportunity to respond to some of them. In the
I still got
quite a few.
I still got only one left.
Only one.
Yeah.
One question or one
Yes.
page of questions.
One question of part D.
That's great. Perfect. Thanks.
No, we are working here.
Good. That's why we're here. So,
yes.
Perfect. Welcome to continue.
Can I? Okay. No, the MEC is happy. Don't stress. Transfers and payments and public entities. That is 4.4.2. Aside of the community development workers, CW workers, operational support grant, there appears to be a general delay in the spending of the grants. There's an appearance there is a delay in the spending of the grants. I have noted she have mentioned some issues, but I just put it to the committee so that it can be put on record from our side. And what is could the department clarify the challenges municipalities are facing in utilizing these funds? Additionally, can you provide updates on the spending of these grants as at the end of municipal financial year, including any instances of underspending? A detailed written report would be appreciated from the committee. And then the last one Comrade Chairperson. Sure. Sorry. Last, it's you. In terms of conditional grants, that is on page 69, the last row. What are reports from municipalities? Grant funding. What is the total amount that has been sent to municipalities for energy, security, and electricity infrastructure? Can the committee be provided with the copies of the monitoring reports that have been received from municipalities?
Is that the end?
Let them respond then.
Okay, thank you so much, Member Stoffel. Minister and your team, over to you.
I mean, yeah, I've responded to it. So.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm going to respond to the question on the implementation of the Traditional Leadership Act. Chair, it's a long response, which may possibly not be fully entertained at this present moment, but I'm going to try and just quickly highlight. What is happening at the moment, if I can read a cabinet statement that took place on 20 September 2024. It's around Traditional Khoisan Leadership Bill of 2024. It says Cabinet approved the submission of the Traditional Khoisan Leadership Bill of 2024 to Parliament. The bill is responsive to the Constitutional Court ruling that declared the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act of 2019 to be invalid based on insufficient public participation by Parliament. And therefore, the bill will give Parliament an opportunity to comply with the Act of the Constitutional Court. The Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act replaced the previous Traditional Leadership and Governance Framework Act. So it's just a quick summary of it. The Act was declared invalid sometime last year on 30th of May. And the court suspended that invalidity for a period of 2 years, meaning that if the Parliament, Provincial and National Parliament, did not go back and consult because it was found invalid on the grounds that there was no proper or insufficient public participation process based on Parliament's procedures and processes. Therefore, at the present moment, we received an instruction from the National Department that while the Act has been declared invalid and the suspension of that invalidity, in the meantime, the Commission on Khoisan matters is continuing with receiving the applications and investigating those applications. Now, at the present moment, the matter is basically dealt with by the Commission, where people have to apply for recognition, and the Commission investigates such applications. At the moment, what they are doing as well, they are doing the so-called applicant member investigations, where when someone applied, they bring that person in and they check the applications in terms of that. So as it is, that's where the Act is at. So that deadline, people are applying up until 29 May next year. And that's the same date on which Parliament need to have complied with the Constitutional Court decision. When it comes to the filling of the posts, I'm actually, in the meantime, I'm heading up that particular unit in terms of ensuring that we respond to issues and legislative requirements outside. We've been hit by a number of issues, including the decision last year there has to be a ban on post. I had about 4 posts that were available to begin with the work, but I had to consolidate into 1 post that was approved on me. And that post, it meant that I had to look at different skills that are required because I'm looking for the legal and research, but also the anthropological person to do that. We did advertise the post, and then we didn't find anything because it's a specific set of skills that we're looking at. I even sent it out to some sort of structures that are available to see if we're able to find people. So that is where I am at the present moment regarding that particular post.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's quick and
Yes, I think that's comprehensive. Next up.
Chairperson, on the City of Cape Town issue, on the Medusi Boy issue, if I can recall correctly, I think it was an internal investigation within the City of Cape Town or within their audit process that was pulled out, and they've dealt with it. They got in the walks, and there was an arrest made, and it's in the courts. There's no use for us to do a 106. These kind of things can become very expensive. We normally will enter that space if we get the complaint sent to us, and we need to investigate. And they've also, because we also get false news, and so Gary and the team at Kimmel and Tim designed a kind of form that you need to fill in. They need to be affidavits. We need to have some proof before we just start a 106, because it's become very expensive to do these kind of investigations, because at the end of the day, we need to go and defend this in a court. So I'm just glad that they've dealt with it within the City of Cape Town, and that the Hawks has made some arrests, and now we need to follow this case, because I think there's a lot of lessons to learn for not only those that's directly involved, but also for the rest within the sector. Thank you.
Thanks. There were quite a number of other sort of very specific questions, so I'm not entirely sure who's going to answer all of them. Mr. Paulson.
Thank you, Honourable Chair and members. Just on the initiative to support in the informal economy. So under that indicator, we have about 4 initiatives. The one the member has referred to is informal trader support, but there's also non-profit organization support, cooperative development support, as well as small business support. Under the specific one, in terms of the budget, we are the only province, by the way, Chairperson, that has in terms of the Community Development Worker Program, who has agreements with the municipalities. So we transfer to the City of Cape Town 1.060 million. And out of that is money to support our CDW is in there in terms of the hosting costs, but also we've got little project funding. And under the informal trader supports example, we've got arts and crafts leading in Masipumelele. We also have, in terms of that, working with other agencies like CEDA, in terms of getting and supporting informal traders. So we have workshops, etc., and then just to support them in terms of what they want to do. So yeah, we in one of the examples, we had about 230 informal traders together with the city, and then we provide support in terms of cooperative development groups, etc., etc. Yeah, so that is in a nutshell the budget. There's no specific amount for informal trader support. It is around the heading of providing support to just support informal initiatives in the informal economy, very small scale.
Sorry,
I'll
I'm
do
just,
the expenditure.
CFO's got it. Yeah, mic on.
So just on the program 3 expenditure on infrastructure, disaster management and IDP.
Sorry, ma'am, would you just speak a little bit closer to the mic?
Sure.
Yeah, thanks.
So just on the municipal infrastructure, disaster management and IDP, the 1.662, the 1299 is related to COE and the problem that they had on filling the engineering capacity. When we realized that it wasn't going to be filled, we asked the Provincial Treasury to allow us to use that earmarked money to offset the over expenditure on the fire season, the use of the aerial firefighting contract. So that was absorbed there. And then on the disaster management side, which is the 363, it's broken up into two amounts. It's broken up into 258, and it's related to a capital contract that was renewed, and it came in at a lesser amount than we'd anticipated. And the other amount is 313, and that's related to the new geohydrologist contract, which also came in at a little less than we'd anticipated. So it yielded a bit of savings. But by the time we had concluded both those contracts, we couldn't absorb any of the expenditure. So as a result, it resulted in a saving.
You.
The code of conduct and the energy.
Chair, with regard to the conduct matters, there were 4 that was assessed during the period under review. 3 of those were from Cederberg Municipality, and those were related to issues pertaining to the absence from council of 3 meetings or more. An assessment was conducted of the documentation as well as the evidence that was presented at the disciplinary hearing as well. It was discovered that in terms of the common law, as well as in terms of item 16.8 of the Code of Conduct, you need to apply the Promotion of the Administrative Justice Act, as well as the rules of natural justice. And in these instances, the municipality or the council or the disciplinary committee itself didn't apply the uniform standing procedures, which is a requirement and right when dealing with requests or dealing with proceedings which relate to removal of councillors or imposition of fines. The 4th case was related to a councillor in Stellenbosch. It was relating to just putting the municipality into disrepute. That was the allegation. Based on our analysis and assessment, the sanction that was imposed and the finding was based on inadmissible evidence, which was hearsay evidence. And in terms of the powers that were provided or are provided to the MEC to set aside or vary a decision based on an appeal, the MEC set aside that decision. Thank you.
Right, I think, yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I think the question related to the transfers made to municipalities with regards to energy resilience. So we've made quite a number in that financial year. There was a 69 million rand that was allocated for the load shedding free town in Riversdale. There's also the allocation of the 88 million rand that was allocated for the generators that was mentioned earlier. And to this specific point, the energy resilience grant, there was an allocation made to about 6 municipalities to the tune of 3.48 million rand. So that summarizes all the transfers there.
Thank you. All right. I think we've covered all the points, or you've covered all the points. We've gone quite comprehensively through section B. I don't know if there are any other, we still got a couple more. All right, let's take these 2 questions. Remember Stoffel as well. All right, it's 10:30, so the coffee is ready. So let me just test the temperature of the room. Would we like to take coffee now, members, and come back and continue with section B, or do you want to finish section B and then go and have a coffee break? Finish section B. Okay, let's do that. So we have Honourable Constable, Honourable Masipa, Honourable Marais, and Honourable Stoffel. Right, thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson. Only 2 questions from my side. With regards on page 37, I think, yeah, 37, it said the joint district and metro approach has been successful through various projects implemented throughout the province. Can the department elaborate on that specific projects, and also in which municipalities those projects were enrolled, and also what is the funding spent on that projects? Second one, the same page, municipalities are provided with technical and administrative supports on all ICT and GIS related programs. Which municipalities, and also again, what is the funding spent on those specific projects. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next was Honorable Masipa, I think.
Chair, thanks very much. Mine is just a follow-up on the answer provided by, I can't remember the name, but you provided an answer with regards to CDW program and indicating that you give to the City of Cape Town and obviously they run their own programs. The question is really as to how do you conduct feedback loop in terms of the projects that they are running so that, you know, we are able to really measure the outcome or kind of see what the outcome of this programs that you have supported for the City of Cape Town, because I kind of don't see or feel, you know, the programs that you have been supporting in all the areas that you have been demonstrating or indicating. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks. Honorable Murray.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just wanted to touch on page 34. The department issued 19 waste management licenses in 2023-2024 period. That is the paragraph just above the picture. And then it says this included 4 new licenses, 12 variation licenses, and 3 surrender licenses. Page 34. That's on the electronic copy. So I just wanted to ask if they could elaborate those particular licenses. Do you have it, Minister?
Is that not environmental affairs? We Monday here. I
think it's the wrong. Yeah.
Yeah.
So today we're only dealing with local government.
Yeah.
And then next week Monday it'll be environment and yeah.
If I am on the wrong item,
yeah,
my apologies.
No problem.
I'm using Part B, performance information, Part B. Let me just see if you are correct. Vote 9. Okay, it's my mistake.
No
you see, when you start using electronic, then you have to know your stuff. My apologies.
No, that's no problem. No, it's fine. Members still full?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I appreciate the answers from the committee. But what I wanted to highlight is that for now, I will accept it, the way we answer, in the way we answer, because it's haphazard. It's not in order the way we put it. And it's quite a challenge for me. Remember, there's people who's listening to us who sit with the same questions that we are dealing with. So I would appreciate MEC and HOD. We deal with the question the way we ask it to you in that sequence. And then secondly, is that in terms of the request for the extortion issue, we have even picked it up even in the Standing Committee of the Infrastructure. The extortion issue have delayed us a lot as a province in terms of building houses and all so forth, infrastructure. So within in general, at some stage, we need whereby we as departments where you experience such challenges, there need to be a proper investigation to see which companies did report to us to say they couldn't done this because of the delay of. We cannot just accept as a committee here to say, no, we couldn't build houses because of extortion. Those things should reach the committee before such meetings so that we can have an proper understanding to say how to deal with the matter forward. For now, I will accept, but Chairperson, I want you to take note. I want you to take note because to us, if there is underspendings or if there is alleged corruption because of extortion, there's a need for us to go in detail and check why there is a delay, and check how does it affect the company itself and even us, because at the end of the day, companies will take us to court. If the tender was been allocated to that specific company, now the company cannot do the work. Until now we are sitting, we just take it as practice as normal. Companies can take us to court. So we have to go in where there is such elements. And this is what we are referring to say. And one of that places was the city of Cape Town. Hence, we come up with this request, Chair. So I hope the MEC have taken my point as a serious point on the matter, because as we deal with the report, you will find that we are faced with a problem of underspending because of this kind of extortions and corruptions within this department. I thank you, Chair.
Minister, Department.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think on the last one, the extortion one, it is a very serious one for all of us, but I think that the resolution must be that we get it either to the infrastructure department or the department of the Premier, because currently it's infrastructure. It's very much within that space, so we won't have that information. We investigate what we get. We work on complaints, etc., and we work with, but there's a lot of rumors, and maybe as a resolution, you must as a committee talk to the Department of Premier, that's the legal sit there, because I think we all are aware that we cannot just let this slide. You need to keep a very close eye on this, and because it can also expand to other sectors. And we need to keep a close eye, so we do take it serious. I just answered it as it was put to us on that specific case, and I'm just glad that on that specific case a lot of things will come out. I think that's important because everybody will understand that you're not going to get away with that. So on the specific case, the city have dealt with it, and the walks, but on the broader matter, I think maybe as a resolution, the committee can consider asking the Department of the Premier to look seriously into that. Okay, on the other issues, actually.
Thanks, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members. Perhaps just send a grant on ICT, and then we can perhaps respond to the JDMA. We can give a detailed written report on the JDMA and all the projects. Yeah, and Grant will deal with that. I'm not sure, Hein, if you still want to do with CDWs. Thanks, Chairperson. Grant.
Thank you, honourable members. So the job of the ICT unit is twofold. It is the provision of technical support as well as assisting municipalities in actually going in and looking at what their current strategies and policies are. What the ICT unit has done has reviewed, especially after the various cyber attacks that municipalities experienced, just seen what the vulnerabilities within that the municipalities are and providing guidance with that. The ICT unit has actually begun now with ICT audits of the various institutions and provided guidance in terms of the ICT strategic plans, the ICT policies, assisting with the setups of the ICT steering committees, terms of reference within municipalities. They're also looking at the disaster recovery plans within the municipalities. So from that perspective, the ICT unit is primarily providing guidance and assistance to municipalities in getting the processes and policies in place so that they can become resilient in terms of these attacks going forward. Yeah, that's basically it. Thanks.
Honourable Chair, can I request that we submit a report on the JDMA, because it's 5 districts, it's a range of projects at different levels of implementation, subject to budget availability in each of the JDMA implementation plan. It will take far too long for each JDMA lead to then reflect on their projects, if I may. Thank you, Chair.
I think that's in order. Yeah.
Honourable Chair, thanks. In terms of Honourable Member Masipa's question, specifically in relation to the small-scale project supported in the city of Cape Town, there's a full-out monitoring and evaluation. So each project supported, there's a report based on that. So just in a nutshell.
Thanks very much. One last, I think, Member Van Vogel, did you have one last question?
Yes. Thank you so much, Chair. and good morning. It's still morning. Good morning, everyone. Chair, mine is also under conditional grants. The heading, it's on page 71. The heading there is a reason for the funds unspent by the entity. I just wanted to check with the department. My apologies if I'm going to ask a question, perhaps it was asked. Can the department elaborate on the reason for the underspending and how did the miscommunication between the service provider and the subcontractor affect the project? And what are the latest update regarding the project? Then lastly, Chair, on page 72, the purpose of the grant, the heading purpose of the grant. I want to understand what are the reasons for the, again, what's the reasons for the underspending? And what are the updates regarding the exercise to test the current communication system and the business requirement specification and what recommendations have been made? Thank you so much, Chair.
Can we have a response to that question? Those questions? Oh, sorry, Honourable Constable, quickly. Yeah.
My question on the ICT was not really answered, but maybe they can also submit me the list of municipalities that were supported in that specific year.
That's noted. Thank you. CFO has got a hand up.
Sorry, our page numbers seem to be different. So if we can just confirm which page number, which table, so we can attempt to answer the question.
Thanks. Sorry, Honourable Van Voorkel. Yes, yeah, I got that one. Yeah. Okay, so it's 71 and 72. Yeah. The Honourable Van Voorkel did say 71.
So 71 is related to the purpose of the grant, which is the critical skills to support the energy security. And the other one, ma'am, sorry?
Other one is 72.
We're talking about resilient connectivity. Okay.
Sorry, HOD, who's going to answer that one?
Colin, just on the resilient connectivity, I think it's in relation with the disaster management center, electronic procurement system, a visit to a quotation order for February communicated service provider, resilient connectivity on page 72. Eh? It's Colin, yeah. I think it was earmark funding.
Just a problem.
Didn't say the service provider has miscommunicated the reasons for the funds unspent. Subcontractor and the incorrect devices were installed. The service provider was given a time frame to remedy them. Okay.
Okay. So just on the resilient connectivity, it was about the installation of a fiber for internet connectivity at the Disaster Management Center. So a spec was finalized together with the CEI. And it was advertised, and the service provider then gave us a quotation, which then went through all of the checking and the evaluation, and the award was made. When the service provider got on site, instead of installing a fiber connectivity, they installed an old version of the way in which Telkom do it. It's ADSL. So, and it wasn't working and it wasn't efficient. So we then had to go through a supplier dispute process and threaten and write a whole host of things in order for the service provider to come in and reconnect it. One of the things that was causing quite a delay is that the service provider had indicated that they needed to reinstall cabling, which needed to be dug into the disaster management center. So it took a little bit of a lengthy period in order for them to realize that the fiber access is already on the Tygerberg premises. And so a lot of the digging didn't need to happen any longer. So that was part of the delay in the miscommunication, because the service provider didn't seem to understand what the spec was required and thought that trenching was part of the installation in the first place.
Just on page 71, Chairperson, it is about also some of the grant funding that we received, and that is in relation to the energy security program. Internally in the department, we were given funding to increase the internal capacity and capability so that we can advise and assist and guide municipalities on energy resilience projects. The recruitment and selection process was concluded in the year under review, and the chief engineer as well as the deputy directors commenced duty the 1st of April. So it's just about a recruitment and selection process that completed last year, but the candidates did start employment.
Thanks. All right, members, we're going to break now for tea and coffee. Are we satisfied that we're done with section B? We still have another point there from Member Vinford. Is it a quick one, member?
Chair, it's not another point. I'm not sure if I'm missing something. I asked 2 questions, but it's only the first one. You only touch on the first one. And even there was no explanation in terms of your underspending. You explained the communication gap. So I want also to understand the underspending part, because you, in your point of reference, you mentioned that.
HOD, perhaps I'm going to make a recommendation here, is that during the break you consult, and maybe when we come back after the break you can answer that specific question. All right, so we're going to break for coffee. It's now 10:02. Let's see if we can be back by 11:15. Thanks.
Moet ek met charts arrange?
Okay. Can we move on to the final section? But before we do so, is there a response on the last question from Member Van Voorkel?
Thank you, Chair. So with sorry, with regard to the 250 that was underspent or not spent in the financial year in the annual report, it's because the award was only made at the end of March. So the money was deferred into the current financial year. So all of the explanation that I've given to you in terms of the delay on the fiber was in the current financial year, and the money has since been spent. But it was not spent last year because of the confusion related to the spec, and it needed to be re-advertised, and it was only awarded at the end of March, so that's why it wasn't spent. But it was asked to be deferred into the current year as earmarked money.
Thanks very much. All right, let's move then on to part. Member Van.
You explain now the underspending when it comes to my two questions. And in terms of when it comes to question page 72, when it comes to technical communication, the current communication system and business requirements specification, and what recommendations have been made on that issue project.
So Dana?
Thank you, Chair. So what it's about is that we needed to look at a solution that if the entire province went out of electricity, if we had a national or a provincial blackout, how could we communicate? And what we did is we appointed a business analyst who's given us a blueprint to work with. Initially, we thought that the only solution would be a satellite solution, but actually there's a lot of work being done on existing radio systems. So we have, in fact, the work that needed to be done to ensure that we've got a resilient connectivity has actually now been done. So that is in place, but we've also got a whole range of other communication systems that we're using that will be able to ensure that we can communicate in the event of a total blackout. And in fact, when we had the blackout incident in the Central Karoo earlier this year, that's what we reverted to. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, let's move then on to part D. That's from pages 88 to 122 on the hard copy and pages 89 to 124 on the PDF. And again, we're taking it as read. So we'll take some questions. First, Honourable Masipa, then Honourable Stoffel. All right, we'll take those two first. Thanks.
Thanks, Chairperson. Page 107, it refers to signing of performance agreement by senior management. Then the column states that SMS post level, and then the next one is that number of active SMS posts per level. Then it says salary 13 is about 12. Then it says the next column is number of SMS members per level. I just want to understand what is the difference here, the active and members per level, because I'm not sure what that means, just for clarity's sake there. And also it's indicated the salary level 13, that 90% of 90.9% have signed the performance agreement. I think the question is why not one or another two? I'm not sure what really the 90% is. It 90% from the 12 or 90% from the 11. The last from my side, it talks to page 121 regarding consultants' appointment. I note that there has been a number of reports with regards to consultants' appointments, and what the Auditor General indicates that at year-end, municipal finance units had an average vacancy rate of 20% overall 28% of municipalities had a vacant chief finance officer position, with the rate rising to 42% at municipalities with disclaimed audit opinions. I just want to get a feel in terms of our consultants in the province. Do we have such municipalities that have shown a disclaimer, but obviously, using consultants to assist them in terms of putting their financial plans together, or managing their finance? Yeah, that's it from my side, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Stoffel.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Mine start from page 95, table 3.2.2. Employment and vacancies by salary band as 31st of March 2024. The question is, what are the reasons for the unfilled vacancies? And what happened to the budget earmarked for them? And then we go to table 3.4.1. The annual turnover rate by salary band 1, April 2023 to March 2024. The question there is, what are the reasons for the high turnover rate? Allow me, Chair, to deal only with 3 for now. But let me raise the third question. Table 3.4.5. Different age groups of staff who resigned from 1st April 2023 to 31st. Is the department not worried about the high number of young people who are resigning? And what is being done to address the concern raised by staff that resign, such as need for career change and concern around remunerations? For now, I will pause for now.
All right. Let's give a chance to the department now. Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just on page 107. So just the first is just the number of active SMS posts per level, and that is 16. And obviously, Honourable Chairperson, the one became vacant. And then just the fact that there's signing of performance agreement, there was a dispute, but that was subsequently resolved afterwards. So that's the reason for the 14 versus the 15. 322. Just the vacancy rate. So the vacancy rate for the period under review is 1.4. It appears that the norm in the province, except for education, excluding education and health, is around 2%. And Chairperson, that's the active posts that are vacant. Now, the active posts that are vacant is those posts that's fundamentally on PERSAL, and then what is very close to the recruitment and selection process. So the CSC then activated posts when it's close to the recruitment and selection process, they activate that post. And that includes the additional posts as well. So that is the vacancy rate, the active vacancy rate. 3.4.1. So the member has asked about the turnover rate. We do have an analysis on the turnover, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Member, particularly if you look at on page 98343, and it gives you an indication of the particularly the turnover, the number of people that exited the organization. And you see is death, resignation, expiry of contracts. Particularly, we've got lots of contracts in relation to the with the engineers and getting people working on particularly the water and the energy. We're trying to get that post on a more permanent basis. But some people, like Enzen, his contract expired in the organization and then he was appointed on a permanent basis. And then there's retirement is 4, and transfers to other public service departments is 3, and then the promotion to a Western Cape department is 1. So the question is about just and then subsequently we also had people in the organization. I made mention of this earlier, Chairperson, that some of the people that left actually went to municipalities. So 1 person went to Drakensberg, 2 people went to the city of Cape Town, and other people went to private companies to go work there. The member just asked about the age group. I think the age 30 to 34 and 35 to 39, they are highly marketable. And so if service providers do work for us and they meet people within the organization and they are responsible for the project, we at times see that they actually offer employment to these colleagues in the department. But the age group between 30 and 34 and 35 and 39 is highly marketable. So those are the staff members that get employment very quickly elsewhere. And I think the basis is we at times train these officials, and when they do apply to particularly municipalities are very quickly to absorb them and to appoint them in municipalities. They come actually fully trained. Thanks, Chairperson. Did I cover all? The consultants? Honorable Chairperson, just in relation to page 121, the consultants, we don't deal with the CFOs, although we get requests from municipalities to help with the appointment of CFOs. We work together with the Provincial Treasury and they take responsibility for that. So we don't in particular employ or appoint service providers to deal with CFOs in municipalities. But where there are requests, like for instance in Mossel Bay now, we sit together with the Provincial Treasury and see how do we work together to help the municipalities. The municipalities also don't require service providers to assist them with the compilation of their budgets. Where some municipalities will use consultants is with the compilation of the annual financial statements, where there's not a requisite skill and capacity and capability. However, ourselves with the Provincial Treasury are working together and seeing how do we get that skill and that capacity in certain municipalities, particularly in the BTO, the Budget Treasury Office in municipalities. And there's also experts that the Treasury have appointed. There is a organization in the National Treasury where you can actually get municipal experts, and we know they're working both at West Canaland and so on to help with the compilation of the annual financial
Order,
statements.
Chair. I just want to make it maybe simple so that the answer can be clear. So the question was, Chair, if you allow, was, are we also victim of having no chief financial officers, having to employ consultants in some of the municipalities in the Western Cape? I think it's just that straight question. Are we also having that problem?
Not to do the work of the CFO, but to do specific aspects like the compilation of the annual financial statement, and that's a few municipalities in the province. But there's not consultants that are doing the work of CFOs in municipalities.
All right, we got Honourable Constable and Honourable Van Fokel. Constable.
Thank you, Chairperson. On page 88 and 89, only clarity questions. There's a new member, Chair, on 88, development and implementation of future fit skills strategy. Maybe if the department can just explain just in a nutshell what that strategy is about and how does it assist the department with regards to employee-related issues. Second one is with regards to the departmental critical competencies as well as the career development plan. I know there's performance agreements for senior managers, but how does this assist the department in cascading down performances of lower employees in the department? And also, what is the criteria that the department use? And also, what is the kind of percentage performance bonuses that we pay out to whoever gets? And is there an award system also for lower levels of employees in the department, or are we only catering for the guy sitting in front of us? Last one, with regards to employee wellness, kan Mr. Paulsen miskien vir ons sê hoe vorder sy werkerskap with regards to wellness, health? Do we have a good department? Do we have a well, healthy department? Are we looking after the workers in the department? Just a summary. I think this is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Van Fokel.
Thank you, Chairperson. I must, when it comes to employment equity, I must compliment the Minister. When I look at the picture, the Rainbow Nation is really represented in your department. And when I look at other departments, you are actually leading. I didn't went into it when it comes to senior positions to check where are all of you, but I need to compliment your department when it comes to that. But nevertheless, Chair, I need to understand when it comes to employment equity on page 99, table 3.51. What specific employment equity targets has the department set, and how committed is the department to achieving those goals, of these goals? Additionally, what measures are in place to ensure accountability and progress towards these targets? Then, Chairperson, on page 104, point of reference, it's table 3.56, disciplinary actions. Can the department give us details of misconduct when it comes to these two cases? We don't want names, but at least understanding what type of misconducts took place there. Then on page 105, Chair, point of reference, signing of performance agreements by SMS members. We note that there are 16 active SMS posts in the department and only 14 performance agreements were signed. Can we get an explanation for that? And additionally, are there any outstanding performance reviews for the 2022 and 2023 financial year? And if so, who did not sign and what are the reasons for the delay? Thank you so much, Chair.
Thanks. I think a couple of those questions have been answered, but actually I'll give you another opportunity. And Minister.
Just in relation to the first question from the honourable member around just the critical competencies, performance, and the performance management system. So the performance management system is actually cascaded throughout the organizations in the Western Cape government. It's not only just limited to the senior management position. It's actually straight down. So on an annual basis, we need to sign performance agreements. And there's different dates by which the performance agreements need to be signed. And obviously the supervisor and the incumbent of the post will sit down and talk about what is expected over the next year. And so that is throughout the organization. And then obviously there's twice a year, there's an assessment, performance assessment review to look at the performance of the particular official. And then there's a discussion and the scoring takes place. So there's scoring from 1 to 4. I think 3 is effective, fully effective, and then you get 4, which is really outstanding. And then obviously is 2, which is then borders on poor performance. So you're talking about the reward system. I think the Provincial Cabinet of the Western Cape has taken a decision somewhere in 2021 not to reward officials by means of a financial reward system. So they are in a process of working to see what can we provide in terms of a non-financial reward system. So ideally, people as officials that maybe scored a 4, they would actually qualify for performance bonus in terms of monetary value. As I say, there's a formal cabinet decision somewhere in 21 that stopped that. And I think the Department of the Premier is in the process of developing what we call a non-financial incentive system. How do you then, if you're taking the financial reward away, then begin to still and keep staff motivated on their performance. So that's the one aspect of it, Chairperson. But as I say, it is cascaded down the organization. I'm going to just maybe ask Frank to talk about the future fit and maybe of the wellness. I'll go to the wellness in a moment. So Honourable Winvogel, just in relation to the equity targets, obviously there are targets currently in the department, and obviously it varies. At the moment, we slightly overrepresented in terms of coloured female and African female. Our target is African male and coloured male, and then also to a certain extent white male and white female. So that's in terms of the equity targets. On the senior management level, what we're working towards, particularly given the fact that there's vacant posts on the senior management level, is to get 50% women represented on the senior management level. At this point in time, we're not at the 50%, but there's a number of SMS posts currently that's going through the recruitment and selection process. And our intention is to how do we bring it equal to So that's really our intention going forward around the. But also, if we do make appointments and it's not necessarily in line with the targets, my requirement in the organization is that the person that asked for the appointment actually write the motivation. In certain instances, I also refer the documents back to the person to say, if you haven't shortlisted of the targeted candidates, lower your threshold. So to include of the targeted group and so on. And it does happen that I refer the stuff back and say lower it. And then also then we have an employment equity manager that will raise concern when and write his comments on the appointments. There's concern about, I don't think that this appointment is in line. It goes both in terms of the shortlisting as well as the final approval, but there's a due diligence process that we follow to ensure that we align the equity targets. And I think we also get feedback from the equity manager in the department at management meetings to say how are we progressing in relation to those equity targets. We've dealt with it. Disciplinary on 104,356. So am I right? 354, 356. Okay, I've got it. Okay, it was just two officials, honorable chairperson and honorable member. It was two officials. One was on level 7 and other was 9. And it was about just conduct of self-improper conduct, and other was this was fails to carry out an instruction. So those were the twos, but those have been resolved in the organization, chairperson. And then just 361. We have 361. Yeah, yes, it. So again, I've responded to this question, but let me just say again that 16 it's actually approved, active. 1 became vacant. And in relation to the number of performance agreements signed, there was a dispute on the signing of a performance agreement. There has been an intervention, and subsequently the performance agreement has been signed for that particular year under review, chairperson. Kamal, I mean, so sorry, Kamal Franak, you used to.
Thank you, HOD. So we currently have a transversal employee health and wellness program, which is accessible to all staff 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, where they can utilize it for telephonic counseling services, online services, as well as face-to-face counseling regarding trauma or any critical incidents that took place. In the year under review, we had 35 interventions that we rolled out to the officials. That came up as our needs. And if there was any additional services that the employees need, we would assist them accordingly. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks. Anything further on this one? No? Any follow-up questions? We've got Member Stoffel and Member Constable.
Yeah, there was just one question that was not answered, the future fit strategy.
Future fit and Honourable Stoffel.
Field strategy.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, let me just go back to the question of Honorable Van Vogel. I just want to put the emphasis on it. It's table 3.5.6 in terms of the disciplinary actions. Chair, I think the request is to say the committee must give us all the disciplinary actions from 1st of April to April 2023 to 31st of March 2024. It's important for us to know in terms of disciplinary actions, what are we dealing with? What type of cases are we dealing with? And what was the outcome of that cases? Because the outcome of that case has got an impact on the performance that we are stuck now. That's why we are stuck. Because some of these SMS members, they are involved there in that they've got cases there. And we might end up, because those are the victims, being victimized at some extent. We are not saying that. Because you will ask yourself, what will take it so long to deal with the performance of a member? What will take you so long? And in the meantime, the reason why we are saying that, in the meantime, service delivery is taking the back seat. And we cannot, as this committee, allow such. Yes, I have read to say at some stage, they manage to find common grounds in terms of whether was it because of the points that is been given to the person. We don't know. So I think when it comes to this performance of the members or the members under the MEC, we as committee should be notified about any delay when it comes to that, because Tina, we will question the MEC like we do it now. MEC, why it takes so long to fill a vacancy? But all to find out there is no proper recruitment officer who can deal with the matter. So I want to put emphasis on that one. And then when I come to my question, we, as I have indicated, 3.6 signing of performance agreements. We have noted that 16 active SMS posts in the department. I think we have dealt with that one. Phew. Chair, what I wanted to say is that in 3.12.4, 3.12.4, let me go to that one.
What's it? Reform.
Chair, are we together?
Yes, 3 point, yeah. Good.
Yes. Also, 3.12.4. Coupled with that request from us, we also want to see the grievances. The grievances that was been dealt with. Lodged from 1st April 2023 till 31st March 2024. And out of that, we want to know what are the details of these grievances? How many of these cases are for sexual harassment, victimization, harassment in different ways? Want to know what are we dealing, Chair? So I think we need also that type of a report here. And then yeah.
Leave it and respond.
Right. Is that,
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And for another bite? Yep. Sorry, can you just come a bit closer to the mic? They're just struggling to hear.
Thank you, Chair. I'm interested when it comes to page 106, the table on top, the heading is table on top. Is there any legislation that governs the scheduling or frequency of senior management service meetings? If so, how often are these meetings required to take place? Additionally, when was the last time the MEC and the HOD convened with the senior management team? The reason why I'm asking, there have been reports suggesting that these meetings have not occurred since May. And if this is correct, how does the department maintain good governance when the HOD is not regularly engaging with the SMS team? Thank you, Chair.
Right. Have those responses?
Thank you. Let me have the first bite, Honourable Chairperson. I think that we also got CSC here. I think Honourable Stoffel's request, if it can be part of your resolutions, because some of these things got legal implications. And I think we enter into a legal minefield, and I'm not going to take sides on any kind. So CSC is here also, but I really think that if it's part of your resolution, we can legally then respond to it, and we will all be safe on that. I think also Honourable Windvogel's question was answered before, that there is meetings between the senior chief directors individually, but because of the scenario, it's being managed currently, and obviously if we need to answer on that, then we can also do that in writing. On Honourable Constable's question, I don't know, HOD, if one of your team members on the fit going forward, just to say that I stressed in the beginning that this department do operate since COVID on a lot of stress. We acknowledge that. And yeah, obviously we need to manage that. But it's not exclusive. It's not only this department. A lot of other departments as well, because budget pressures get pulled through right through the organization. Skill shortages, not being able to fill positions because of budgets. It's not only our department. I think the important one is, as a government, how are we going to, in the future, and what kind of mechanisms do we put in place to look after the wellness of our staff? And I think it's an ongoing process, and it's something that we've started with various kind of programs in various departments. You do have the Barrett survey that's being done to guide us. We do have a culture journey that we've started on. And to be honest with you, you must personally also make a mind shift, as we all got different cultures and beliefs and being brought up in different ways. So in myself, I had to dig deep to understand culture journey, because I've been brought up at you stand your ground, you dig in, you man up, you take it on the chin and you go on, those kind of things. But there's big space for talking things through, for listening, for understanding. So culture journey is a very important thing. And as we've also learned, and Colin can confirm on if you enter the space of a disaster and you work day and night for a week, Colin will tap me on the shoulder and say, Minister, we need to get off-site for a day or two, just otherwise you get sucked into this negative space. But we do understand there's a lot of pressure on this department. I don't know.
Honourable Chairperson, just on the future fit. So it's part of the broader workforce planning priorities. So it's to identify, maybe do future planning in the way that we are doing now in terms of the 5-year strategic plan, and get understanding where's local government going in terms of the demands and the requirements that it actually places on the department. But also then based on that, what we should do is to get an understanding. So what is a competence and a skill, the capability and the capacity that we do require in the department? So the Minister has previously alluded to the fact that we're struggling particularly with engineers, attracting engineers in the department. They don't want to work for a 1-year contract. They don't want to work for a 3-year contract. They rather pack their bags and go overseas. And if you do at the comparison from the South African Engineers Council, what you see is that we have now a lot of technologists and the technicians and less engineers. In the past, we had a lot of engineers and less technicians and technologists. But it's just that the engineers are actually don't want to be employed because they come at the high salaries and we can't afford it. But it's get understanding now what sort of workforce do you require to deliver on a 5-year strategic plan as well as the objectives of the department on an annual basis.
Thanks. All right. We've got Honourable Windvogel, then Honourable Murray.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my question was not answered fully. The Minister mentioned us about meeting with, I'm not sure, did he mention directors or one-on-one? There's a part where I ask, is there any legislation that governs the scheduling and frequency of senior management services meeting? So that part was not answered, because then I will know, okay, if there's none, that's the way you are operating. But if there's one stating what the Minister is saying, then I accept. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the HOD for the feedback. Mr. Chair, human resource is such an important part of any organization. Just referring to the employment and the vacancies, it's clear to understand that this is actually a snapshot, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. This is a snapshot as at a specific date, 31st of March, 2024. It doesn't say what happened between the previous financial year and the 31st of March, 2024. So my question is, in terms of the vacancies, is there any information where we indicate in the report the length of time it took to fill a position? In other words, yes, we see the snapshot right now. The department could have rushed for a good snapshot. It's like you're taking a photograph and you run in front of the photo and you take a photo, you say how good things are looking. But that is only at the 31st of March, 2024. So I wanted to know if they have any information in terms of what was the vintage or what was the length of time vacancies were in the department for specific positions, especially critical positions, critical skills that is needed by the department so that they can function optimally. And whether that information can be shared, or if it's not in the report, perhaps we will then submit a resolution for such information. Thank you.
Thanks. Responses?
Chairperson, we do have the detail of the various posts, so we can forward that to the committee. How long does the recruitment and selection process takes in relation to, particularly, as I understand the honourable member correctly, around the critical post? If we can make that information available. Just on the question of honourable member Windvogel, so we have, but there's not a prescribed, it's not in law that it's prescribed when, according to my knowledge, there should be management meetings. We do have regular management meetings, actually on a monthly basis. I have suspended the management meetings, and there's a current matter pending. So with agreement with the chief directors in the organization, and that we also meet on a monthly basis, the agreement is that the management team will meet on a chief directors level, and the respective chief directors then meet with their senior managers in the organization, so that we can actually relay some of the activities and communicate to the senior managers and the staff. And where necessary is, they are also encouraged to bring some of the presentations and some of the matters that have been discussed at the chief directors meeting directly to the chief directors meeting and to the management meetings. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, HOD. I don't see any further hands. Oh, we've got Honourable Stoffel again.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, there's only one question I've left, but the question was first raised by Member Masipa. That was about the consultant. The issue that we have there with that consultant, at the end of the day, those people become a liability on that municipality. We must be clear. Like Kanaland, where I'm coming from. How many consultants was there? What did they cost? They just further take the municipality. I think what what we should do or consider is to say if the person is not qualified for the position, why we cannot then work out a norm whereby we said the person should then obtain that specific qualification within a certain period. Instead of us taking a consultant somewhere who failed, somewhere, I don't know where, you put him in that municipality. I'm talking now, I don't want to go in details to say a specific person in a specific department as I'm speaking now. But in order for us to have a broader understanding to say, look, we are sitting with people who got the experience, but unfortunately they don't have the paper. Why we cannot make provision for those people to go to an institution, obtain the papers, come back, and you will have much more productivity out of the person because the person first is from the place. It saved the municipality the accommodation. And the person is aware about all the challenges faced by that municipality. So it will save a lot of money because really, without going into details, we spend a lot on this kind of consultation work, of consultant work that take us nowhere in this municipality. I thank you.
Thank you. I think that'll be the last question, and then you can wrap up as well with concluding comments as well, Minister.
Chairperson, I hear the Honourable Member Stoffel. Just to say that, and I don't say that's not what you think, but there's a role also for consultants. We must, if you manage them properly and there's a transfer of skills that can be a value, we must not always just say, but I get it. And we do have on a national level a lot of discussion about the qualifications that they put. There's certain qualifications that, like the MMCs, so we can give somebody 18 months to complete that. And we've done it in the past, but that becomes part of the contract. And if they don't do it, then on that day they up. This happened. It's one of those things. But the conversation also on a national level, is it better to have, let's say the qualifications NQ level 7, is it better to have somebody with an NQ level 6 or a vacancy, or somebody with no, you're with me. So at the national level, we are also busy looking and discussing the whole qualification and how we can get that skills within the municipalities. I don't know, HOD, if you just want to touch on you closer to the fire there.
So Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Member, the recruitment and selection process at municipalities, particularly as far as Section 56 and 57, are highly regulated. Highly regulated. First, in terms of process, and then secondly, in terms of requirements, in terms of competency, skill, whether that's your 5 years senior management experience or whether it's actually your degrees, your qualifications that you must have. And then if a budget of a municipality goes beyond $1 billion, the requirements even become stricter. So in law, the minister has the responsibility to express a view on the recruitment and selection process, both from a procedural aspect as well as from the content. Does the candidate have the skills and the competency to do so? And in many aspects, they do not have the skill, or the process has been compromised, and the minister has in the past approached a court of law to say, this is an unlawful appointment, and now approach the court of law to say, put this appointment aside. Obviously, the minister will write to them first and say, this is our view. Can you actually put the appointment aside? And obviously, when the municipality doesn't want to, that process will be followed. From the department side, we don't support the appointment of consultants because we know consultants are expensive.
Mm.
They're really expensive. So, I mean, we've started a program, and Colin with the interns, where we also build capacity in terms of disaster management, where we actually allocate a grant to particularly the district municipalities, let them employ interns for disaster management, let them identify community members in their community, appoint them as interns with a view of appointing them. We've done the same with infrastructure, getting people that's studying engineering at the university or so on, appoint them as an intern, let them work over holiday periods. Municipalities didn't want to do it. They said, listen, we require skill, we require engineering technician or technologist, or we require engineer and so on, just given the problems around it. And I think I agree fundamentally with you, is growing your own timber and bringing your people through so that they can actually do the work. And you look at their own staff internally and so on. The problem is that also makes the appointment of officials in municipalities very difficult at this point in time. There's a disparity in salaries. So on a T scales, it's higher than what a municipal manager will earn, and it's higher than what a director would earn. And so they come to myself and the minister almost on a weekly basis and ask, can you support a waiver application to the national minister to adjust the salaries, that our salaries are just higher than the T scales. So this department in this province have done extensive work with the national department to see how do we get the salaries adjusted that is market related, that we don't lose, because at the moment, people on T scale 16, 18, 19, 17 don't want to apply for director post. They don't want to apply for the MM post. They say, listen, I'm permanent. Why must I take a 5-year contract and earn less salary and so on? So we are concerned, particularly going up to 2026, about the pool of capability and capacity in municipalities. Thanks, Chair. I'm not sure we answered the question.
Thank you so much. Minister Bedell, would you like to conclude?
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Chair, and thank you to the Standing Committee. These kind of sessions, I always welcome open debate. You've got a role to fulfill, and I respect that role. You need to keep us sharp. We all know about the challenges out in our communities. You will, as a government, never be able to solve all the issues, but by having this open kind of discussions, we will know which areas to tackle and which areas to invest in. And I do respect that. And I want to thank the Standing Committee for a productive session. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you to you and your team. You are now excused. The members will stay behind briefly just to do the resolutions and the minutes. Thanks.
Long live Minister, long live.
All right, I think we're going to start. Members of the committee. Can I just ask if possible?
Point of order.
Sorry, can I just ask if you just move the, thanks so much, the conversation outside. Thank you so much. All right, colleagues, thank you so much for that session. I think we managed to get through a lot of questions and got a lot of answers, and it was a very good session. I think we're now going to move on to the resolutions and the actions going forward. There were a couple of resolutions that were mentioned, but now I'm going to give the members a formal opportunity to propose resolutions for consensus, which we then can include in our report. Is there anybody who would like to propose any resolutions emanating from the report? Member Stoffel, and then Member Van Voorgel. Member Stoffel.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think in terms of the resolutions, yes, I fully understand that the MEC did indicate that is not aware of this multi-million contract in George that was there. I think for now, I will then check on my side to bring some evidence if there is to the committee. And then from there, we then pursue it through the, I don't know whether it sounds. And then also, in terms of the MEC, when it comes to this climate realities that brings the suries, that cause us this issue of the suries, especially the one in Greenpoint, Sea Point. I think there we need the City of Cape Town to come and submit the interventions they have done, how far they are with the interventions, because to generalize issues with other townships, whilst there was formal complaints from those people, I think this committee should take a stand in terms of the City of Cape Town should provide us with a report in terms of the intervention, or even for that matter, they welcome to come and make a presentation for us. It's up to us.
So that's the first resolution that's proposed, is that the City of Cape Town be requested to present to the committee on issues with regards to sewage and marine outfalls.
Can I make a counter?
Yes, of course.
Can we maybe just get in writing what is the situation instead of really calling the City of Cape Town to come and account on this one? Because I think we have been reading in the media, about this matter. Maybe, if we can just ask a written response from the minister before we really even jump to go to the City of Cape Town,
Yeah, I think one of the challenges we might have as well is fitting all of these presentations in with the meeting slots that we have available. So, I mean, that is a proposal which is put on the table. Are we happy with getting a report sent through in the interim? And if the committee is not satisfied with that report, then we can reconsider requesting that the city come and present at a later stage. Honourable Stoffel?
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I'm not opposing that. But you see, it's difficult to respond to a report. Because if you read the report and there's something you want to be clarified on, there's no one to clarify it to you. According to the city, then they will say, no, we did submit the report. What more do you want? But so it's very difficult sometimes just to receive a report and you can't interrogate the report, because the purpose of this is to check, is there a need to interrogate? Does this report make sense? And if the report doesn't make sense, what are we going to do as a committee? Because that doesn't solve the problem. We want to assist and put pressure in terms to the problem to be resolved. But now we sit with a, but I'm not opposing, but I'm not comfortable with the resolution if we can go that direction.
Right. Look, do we have any other inputs on this? I mean, I think it might be a good middle ground, because there does seem to be a slight difference of opinion as the way forward. We've got Honourable Windhoek, but I think we had Honourable Constable first.
I think, Chair, we can do it twofold. First, get the report, see if there is a need with regards to the content of the report, if we can then call the City of Cape Town. So let's first get the report, interrogate the report. If there's a need for the City of Cape Town to come and explain certain issues, then we can do that.
I do think that there may be some members who might not be as familiar with the content as perhaps Honourable Stoffel is and some others. So it might be worthwhile getting that context first. I think that is a good first step. Honourable Windhoek?
Yeah, Chair. I actually want to support Member Stoffel's request. Normally what we do in standing committees, you invite those, let's say we are now in local government, staff or whoever, HOD or whoever is in charge of that section. And they come with a presentation. So why do you want first a report and then, if you are not satisfied, interrogate? Do it once. Let them come and present something. Normally, they even send you a document before the meeting. So I really want to support the proposal of Member Stoffels when it comes to that issue. Then secondly, Chair, if I may continue, I think on the sexual harassment case, Member Stoffel's question was not really answered. And therefore, I want to make a recommendation or a resolution. I will like to propose that the department compile a comprehensive list of all sexual harassment allegations reported since, let's say, 2014-15, because sexual harassment is an evil in our community, and we can never allow sexual harassment happening in the department itself. We are supposed to safeguard these rights of workers, women, whatever the case may be. But we become the perpetrators, and we are those who are covering that. It's not right. So therefore, I want us to really get a thorough report when it comes to that. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, we're now dealing with two issues. So the first one is the request around the City of Cape Town coming to present on sewage related issues. I mean, I think we have to try and find a consensus here as the way forward. Otherwise, we're going to sit here for the whole afternoon. The second one, in terms of the request for numbers of cases of sexual harassment reported, or I mean, I don't see any issue with requesting that. Obviously, one wouldn't request all specific names and details and that, but I suppose one could get the numbers and request that, and I don't see any issue with that. So I think that can be a resolution. Mr. Kutse, were you going to...
Just the period, is it from?
Yes. What is the period, Ms. Honourable Windhoek? What period are you talking about? This period, 23-24, 2023-2024. Okay. Okay. All right. That's fine. That's fine. All right. Yes. Sorry, Honourable Stoffel.
Chairperson, maybe we can just then add on that resolution that she's talking about. Members, Windhoek is talking about of the disciplinary. What can we add the grievances also?
Okay, that's fine. Okay, do we have a proposal on the way forward for the issue with the sewage? I think we had Honourable van Wyk. Did you have your hand up? No. Do you? No. Yes.
Look, I haven't quite applied my mind there, but I think from that sewage point of view, to me, is call the City of Cape Town to come and
do a presentation.
Give a presentation on what has taken place, and what the type of remedies are, if they are required.
Okay. All right. Look, I think there's a strong opinion that we should go that way, and I'm happy to respect that from the members, and I think that is our resolution then. Obviously, that will come with a report as well, so we'll have both of those together. And are there any other proposed resolutions? We got Honourable Constable first.
I think the HOD and the MEC mentioned about the strategy to curb vandalism in the municipalities. If we can maybe
to curb
strategy to curb vandalism.
Yes.
In the municipalities, if we can get that, maybe also, and maybe a snapshot on what he called a rapid response team.
Okay.
If we can get that also, then they agree to submit to us the list of projects with regards to the JDMA, the projects as well as the municipalities that, and also the list of municipalities that they supported with or through ICT.
Okay.
Yes, that,
all right.
That is all from my side.
Any objections to that proposed resolution? You're good. All right. It was then Honourable van Wyk.
One of the underlying issues that came through here today relates to the whole remuneration salary scales of employees and the struggles that province is now having to retain staff and to attract staff, and how one then remedies that. We're aware of the fact that province is trying to make representations at national level, but I'm not quite sure, how committee deals with it. But I think we can certainly express our concern that we are sitting with that. It's a risk, and I suppose there should be an endeavour that the committee should try and play a role in highlighting that risk and how to deal with that. So I suppose that's the one aspect. I think the other area that is coming through are the risks that we face in terms of aging infrastructure within local government, the risks that we face in the energy space, and in that whole water area, both in making sure that we have water resource and then also that water infrastructure. And the efforts that I think that local government probably needs to, I want to use the word up the game, but I think there is a greater emphasis and a greater almost an action plan that needs to be put together on how to make sure that we become a lot more, that we start mitigating those risks, if I can use that word, because I think some municipalities are certainly making efforts. There are other municipalities who possibly don't have that level of resource to be able to enact. So I think those are probably issues that I would think this standing committee need to try and address and to encourage, greater momentum.
Thanks.
I'm not sure if anybody else is able to.
Yeah, look, I think we'll
word.
see if Mr. Kutsia can sort of
put it in the Queen's language.
Yeah. Okay. I think we had Honourable Marais first. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I'm sure you made a note of it, but I just wanted to ask if we could, if the committee agrees, as mentioned in the meeting, the snapshot of the vacancies is one thing, but to see what happened between the 1st of April 2023 and the 31st is something else that we must also look at. So in terms of vacancies, I'd like to ask if the department can provide this committee with a detailed vacancy report between the 1st of April 2023 and the 31st of March 2024, including critical positions. So I don't just want it to be critical, but it must be inclusive of critical positions that are required. And then I wanted to ask, in terms of that, they could also give us, because we are 6 months into the new year already, if they could also provide the vacancies between the 1st of April this year and today. Is that possible? Yes.
All right. Any objections to that? No. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I don't know if I was clear enough, but we need to know the time the vacancies are vacant.
Okay.
You understand? There's
Get it?
sometimes the
Yes,
vacancy
yes.
is open for
Okay.
6 months, and
Sure.
they have,
How long they've
we
been
need to
vacant
get
for.
that. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. I get that. I get that. Honourable Vin Fokel?
I forgot the last point, Chair. I'm not sure if the procedural officer captured that part when it comes to the employment equity. The minister of, I'm not sure it was the HOD or the minister, he mentioned that they will, because I referred to the senior positions, and they then promised they will also then send that to the committee in terms of the to check of to look at the senior positions when it comes to the employment equity.
Yes, Chair. Then the other one was about the reasons for funds not spent from entities. You remember there was this understanding between the service provider and the department that was raised. I'm not sure whether it's the CFO, that side. She have raised it. And even in the report, if you go to page 71, you will see the one with the fibers. They couldn't finalize that issue. I think they should also submit such a report to us, whereby they have all these companies that couldn't finish whatever services they have to provide to the department in time. Because we were not aware about this. We heard it here for the first time, but there was this misunderstanding between the service provider and the department, and of which it's not a good reflection to the department. So I think at some stage we have to receive such reports from, it might not be a resolution today, but in future, the committee should know about such companies. I'm not sure whether I make sense what I'm have reported.
Okay. Colleagues, I think we're done. Thank you very much, everybody, for all of your inputs, and we'll see you at the site visit. Hopefully all of you will be able to attend, and then that'll be followed for those of you who are on the same committee by Honourable Masipa's site visit. Honourable Masipa, you want to have a last word?
I just want to say thanks to you for tolerating us. I think we have been the most difficult committee. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, thanks. So ons kom nie weer terug. Ek het program heel die mekaar.
Ja,
Wat gebeur nou?
public accounts.
Public accounts.
Yeah.
No.
Government.
Oh.
Let's go and eat.
No.
I'll join online.
Go join online. Join online.
I'll see you online.
Because now you get me out and fine. Things sometimes.
Oh, let us.